And we are back once more with It Gets So Lonely Here, Part 2. And we have our special guest of Emily Duck Park Ranger here.
I don't know who this Emily girl is, but she seems like a nerd.
She's a nerd and also part mermaid, apparently. Yippee!
I can be since we're probably not gonna be a mermaid again. I will go back to being just.
Wait, sorry, I can't say that. Wait.
Potatita.
Emily gets a head pat.
Potatita. No, no quiero.
We gotta be careful. We can be unhinged on Twitch, but we can't be as unhinged on YouTube, unfortunately. Hydrate. This is a threat. Thank you for the extra hydrate. Alright, let's drink some water first before we get into more reading.
I just drank some soda. Does that count?
No, it does not.
Well, if I drink too much, I'm gonna have to go pee in the middle of this.
Guess who's shrimping? I'm not. Thank you for the posture check. This is a good reminder for everyone watching to check your posture and unshrimp yourself as well.
Posture, I heard.
Yep, this is Emily Core right here.
I'm very funny, as you can tell.
You should go check out her channel on YouTube as well as on Twitch. Give her a follow and a subscribe as well. And go check out her shorts. They're really funny.
Thanks. One of them got a whole 4 likes recently.
Oh?
It was one of the peak ones.
Yeah. I might have seen that one. I might have been one of the likes.
It was the one with the vine and me on Ved's back glitching.
Oh, I didn't see that one. Alright, hold on a sec.
It's my most recent one.
I need to catch up then. Springsy, you get a cookie. Emily gets a cookie too. Thank you for interacting with the YouTube chat. Alright, so we are back with It Gets So Lonely Here. Again, you can find all the info you need in the video description for the game on Steam, as well as all of Emily's info. Go support her, please. Let's continue back into this. So, where we had last left off, we had the bad choice, and now we are going from the route of the beach to one of the new places. So, are we gonna go to the village, or are we gonna go to the castle?
I think we said we were going to do the village next.
Is that so? Okay. You telling me I gets made the... What? Hold... What? I can't read what?
You telling me it gets made this so lonely here?
Yep.
The worse they are, the funnier they are to me. I hope you understand that.
I don't know if you can tell, but I am just like leaning back going, oh my god.
Yeah, I can tell. It's either that or your like head in your hands.
This is so true. Alright, let's go to the village and continue on. So, you want to go to the village?
Out what...
Oh, yeah?
Maybe we'll find out what happened to the mermaid's ex-girlfriend.
Maybe. Also, just to remind people who had seen this the first time, we don't really have an exact dialogue, like, choice. It is basically narration and the fourth wall and the narrator dialogue all together, and then we have a single other person that actually does have their own speaking part, which Emily is our guest to be that speaking. So far, all we've had for a extra character is the mermaid. And apparently the narrator that breaks the fourth wall, and then our inner thoughts, all jumbled together.
Can't wait to find out who the next homicidal maniac is.
Yeah, eh? So, you want to go to the village? Good idea. Let us see what further trials await you there. This night is far from over, as much as you might wish it was, and there is still much and more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. Before I further get into this, how is the audio levels, myself to Emily to the ambience of the game? I might need to turn down the ambience. Sounds good. Thank you, Stringmos. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready at a moment's notice to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The ambience does cut in a bit with you guys, but if you lowered it just now, it should be good. Thank you so much, Stringmos. Appreciate you. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions, as you run, of a quaint, scenic settlement, all thatched cottages with sloping roofs. Surely there will be a kindly peasant who will be willing to put up Surely there will be a kindly peasant who will be willing to put up a young runaway for a few nights. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in an abundance as a small child. She will be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with dull brown hair crammed beneath a cap. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows, but she will be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother. You do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. You are only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. That is all you can do, really. So, you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally, you manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. I did not say that time had begun to lose... did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? Hydrate. Salt water.
Ew.
No, it's good.
Salt water.
Hi, alien. You get a cookie. It's Celtic Grey sea salt in my water. It's healthy. And it makes me... Here's a fun fact to gamers. It makes you pee less. Because you're actually taking in the hydration and the electrolytes. The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. So, quick little side tangent here. I decided to have some Celtic Grey sea salt in my water today because I needed the extra electrolytes because I didn't get much sleep today. I was awake until 6 a.m. having to deal with a foot cramp. Yeah. And then once I drank some salt water, I felt better and went back to sleep. So it's like, alright, I'm gonna keep drinking salt water today because apparently my body needs it. I'll stick with regular water, thank you. Don't knock it till you try it. You just need a little bit. It's not like you need to, like, really make it salty. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. Fighting the urge, fighting the urge. The moonlight shines down upon the village, nestled among the hills like a diorama.
Fighting what urge?
You know. And I'm not gonna say it. And please don't.
Do I know?
Yes, you did it last time. Hey, Stringmouse gets a cookie.
I don't remember.
That's okay. It's fine. Moving on. Hope anew bubbles within you. You have finally made it. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village, up close, does not look half as welcoming as you imagined. There are cottages, yes, but they are in a state of disrepair. I wonder if it's the calamity.
Calamity.
I'm sorry. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, hold on. Oh, excuse me. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open, the kitchens beyond them even darker than the night sky which shrouds you. There are no lights on in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people, insomniacs like you, at them. You cannot hear anything either beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low, mournful sighing of the wind. Emily.
Oh.
You're adorable.
No, you.
No, you. The village is quite quiet, eerily so. It is immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. You know before you try your luck at one of the houses that nobody will answer you. There will be no kindly, red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door. Your efforts soon prove, however, to be in vain. There is nobody here to hear your entreaties. How very sad. You try another door, then another, but the result is the same, regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There is nobody there. Once again, you have found yourself all alone. At least you have found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilize one of these cottages for your purposes? Do we get a choice? Nope.
It's free real estate.
We're not getting a choice. Nobody is here. You might as well.
It's free real estate.
But no, an abandoned cottage is not what you were looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely, you swallow your tears. You wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion, then inhale. You square your shoulders, and you keep on going. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here, at the very least, who can help you. That is what you were thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little to show for your determination until you make yet another discovery. This village, with its squat thatched cottages bathed in the moon's glow, has a church. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once dwelt here were not godless heathens. Not that their faith did them all that much good in the end. Oh my gosh, shots fired! Not that their faith did them all that much good in the end. Still, the sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. I'm just gonna adjust my microphone here. There we go. You were so focused on your fantasies of a kindly washerwoman taking you in, you did not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. All hope is not lost. You approach a church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, but it is stout and sturdy. It must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing sentinel on this hill, like a relic from a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. Hi, Kat. Welcome on in. Say hi to YouTube. How was your stream? Welcome to the finale of the Gauntlet. We are currently working on completing, hopefully, this visual novel that we had started on Wednesday. Enjoyed the game more than I thought. Ooh, nice. I'm glad you had a good stream. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop and some of its sloping sides. The graves, which have been planted by generations of wardens, are hewn,
Hewn, I think.
Hewn? From a similar, thank you. From a similar stone to that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like lozenges, while the others are shaped like crosses. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though these are few and far between. There are very few people, in a village such as this one, who can afford such luxurious final resting places. You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting in your examination of the visceral, heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You are out of the woods now, and you have, subconsciously, already begun to relax. You try to read the names hewn into the myriad tombstones, but it is dark, and you are tired, and some of these graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well. Such superfluous details are not important. You eventually tire of examining the graves in turn. Oh, I hit my microphone, sorry. I need to adjust my glasses. It's digging into my ear. Ow. Don't you just love it when your glasses arms just like dig right into the behind your ear while you're wearing headphones?
Yeah. I so love that. Totally.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Kappa. This graveyard is an expansive one, unusually so, given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? And there is much to explore. You walk about the perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here, then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense, all-encompassing curiosity. Oh! We're getting a character! Here we go! And as you do, you see her. She looks like an ordinary girl, small and scrawny, just like yourself, but she is much, much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. Are you gonna try to whip this up really quickly? Be a grave digger?
You'll see. You'll see if I do or not.
I will, I guess. For some moments you observe her, hiding all the while in the shadow cast by the church, like a furtive...
Lizard.
Wrong button, no!
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Alright, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Hiding all the while in the shadow cast by the church, like a furtive
Lizard.
clinging against a rocky edifice to shroud itself from the sun. Thank you. There is no sunlight here, though. There is only the night sky and the stars and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the girl is clutching shimmers. It takes you a few moments to see what it is that the girl is clutching in her hands. It is not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It is a shovel.
Girl, why your shovel bend like that?
Good question. This girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard late at night, and she is digging a grave. Well, you suppose she could always be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of mere whimsy. It is hard for you to see her face, given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration.
She became a grave digger because she loves digging holes.
Diggy diggy.
She just like goes full puppy mode. She's like, I gotta dig. I saw dirt. It must go up.
She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of her shovel into the earth over and over. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There is something hypnotic, almost, in the manner in which she attends this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? Do we have a choice?
Probably not.
Damn it. You get the feeling that she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hands, meanwhile, is rather hefty. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. That sounds like foreshadowing.
Hey girl, please don't bludgeon me over the head with a shovel.
Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak with her shovel, looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You have come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. Remind me of the purpose of the Gauntlet, please. So the Gauntlet is streaming once a day of different genres and doing multi-platform of Twitch and YouTube together to quote-unquote make content and also grow my YouTube platform. And this is also an endurance run because I'm prepping for my 40-hour stream later on next week. That will be Twitch exclusive. So I've been streaming every day this week, which I'm surprised I have not gotten a migraine from because I've been wearing my glasses smartly and drinking water smartly and iced coffee smartly. Drink iced coffee, panic-a-tack. Drink iced coffee, panic-a-tack. Also, due to the fact that Graham gets a head pat. Also, due to the fact that once we reach October, I will be finally finding out when my wisdom tooth surgery is. And when that happens, if it happens in the month of October, thank you for the head pat, I may possibly be out of commission for a bit and have to take a break. So it's also a content gathering? No, compiling? Compiling. And honestly, just the endurance. Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard. It didn't go through. Why didn't it go through? Uh-oh. Is the Twitch integrated throwing system not doing the thing again? Uh-oh. Give me 1 sec. Apologies. Please be patient. Let's see if I'll do it. It never wants to do this.
Hey, maybe she is a dog. She's got bones on her outfit, and she loves digging grave.
Oi. No, that's not going. Hold on. Wah. Okay, don't put any of the redeems until I have this authenticated. I might have to just relaunch the tits. Yeah. Yeah, that looks like it. Okay, hold on. I'm closing this out.
We gotta relaunch.
So you still have stuff to post on YouTube when you're down? Because this is a live stream, once the live stream is done, then it turns it into a VOD immediately. I just don't do any editing to it. That's why I put all the info that I can in the description. Alright, relaunching. Okay, now let's try the lizard.
Lizard.
There we go. Okay, it's going again. Alright, back to the thing. It would be folly to turn back now. It is with this thought in your mind that you decide to approach a strange girl. Your footsteps are quiet. You have grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, but they are not quiet enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned because she blinks. Then, she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows, but now she is looking at you. You can tell that she is pretty.
Yay! Yay!
It's almost like this is a Yuri visual novel.
Yeah, she's right though. She's cute.
Her skin is very smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her eyes, meanwhile, are a clear, cool blue, like ice. Those eyes of hers, which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision? A waking dream? A hallucination? But no, she is none of those things. The shovel she is clutching in her hands looks solid enough, its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst. But the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which once were gripping the handle of her shovel tightly, relax. There's an airplane going by. Please bear with Emily! What?
Are you even surprised?
I'm not. It looks lovely.
Thank you.
Getting in character, I see. let's just everyone get a nice close-up look at the details she has presented. We love this. So cute.
Detail, you say, like I didn't just recolor the hair on the shirt and then crudely draw a shovel.
Hey, you still put in effort. You still
Effort
put
is
in
generous.
effort. Alright, Emily's in character now. Let's go! Her lips curve upward at the edges. She is smiling. And what a smile it is. It is transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost.
Interesting.
Hers is a smile that is so suffused?
Suffused.
Thank you. Suffused with light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. You were so relieved. You almost feel as if you could cry.
Angel of Death. Surely nothing bad will happen by being besties with her and wanting to kiss her. Surely nothing bad could happen.
It would not be the first time you have wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. You've been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Then she says, in a rough voice which does not match her dainty appearance, well, she does live in a rural village. What were you expecting?
Okay, I was not ready for rough voice, so I'm like,
You can be however you want.
I was like puzzling it out in my head still.
You got this, boo.
Part of me wants to just give her a real bad southern accent.
Please not the southern.
Oh, it would hurt.
Anything but the southern.
You. Cami, are you aware that you're dating a southern girl?
I am.
Born and bred.
I am, but at least I can understand your accent.
Yeah, I never really picked up much of an accent, but sometimes it really comes out.
Mm.
Usually if I'm thinking about cowboys. Let's see if I hate this. Oh, it's good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive. The only one in the whole world. How do you feel? About that? I don't hate it.
Chat, what do you think?
Jarring based on her appearance, but we did say that it was kind of odd.
It could be that like it's more rough because she was exerting with digging.
Maybe. I think the idea is that she has like an accent. Although southern is probably not the accent they were going for.
Do you want to try a different version? Do you want to experiment?
Well, my next thought is like Irish, but I feel like my attempt at that is more likely to just offend people. Like if I do a southern accent, I am a southern girl, so like,
yeah,
I have the right, you know?
Yeah. I mean, how well do you know Newfie accents? Also, hydrate. They give you the extra hydrate. None?
Not even a little bit. No.
Ah, damn, okay.
Let's see. I'm just gonna go with the southern one.
Okay. We'll go with it.
We'll see if it evolves.
Will you reread it?
Oh, it's so good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive. The only one in the whole world.
Now this is quite the effusive greeting. Wait, didn't we have that same one with the mermaid? Saying effusive greeting?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think so.
Okay, I'm not the only one that's thinking this. Okay, good. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She is rather more personable than her apparel would make one suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It is your turn now to be on your guard.
She met a country goth and she's confused.
Anxiously, you observe the girl with the shovel and you ask her what she means. What happened?
What? Oh, you not know?
There's an awful lot you do not know. So much, in fact, it would fill a whole encyclopedia. No, a whole library. You shake your head, ashamed at your
a whole universe! No, a whole multiverse! Sorry.
You shake. That got me. You shake your...
Game Grumps reference.
Yeah. You shake your head, ashamed at your ignorance, and the girl frowns.
You mustn't be from around these parts. Guess you should have known. This village is a small one. Everybody knows everybody else.
The girl's expression falls.
At least they used to. Back when they were still people to know, that is. That what? Little bit. That ain't the case now, though. Not after the plague.
Aha!
I was right on with the southern accent because she said ain't.
I will be one moment. We are. I no longer have sunlight in my room, so I gotta go turn on my light.
Eggy.
Avoid blue light headache! Yay! It's officially sundown. At 7:30. 7:23 p.m. Eastern. Close enough. There was a plague? That would certainly explain why the village, when you walked through it, was so quiet. Did everybody else succumb to this mysterious illness?
That's right. It's just me here now. I've not seen another human being I've not seen another human being in a long, long time.
Sorry.
It's so lonely here.
That's my microphone. Blech. There we go.
Roll credits. She said the thing. I get the feeling they're all gonna say it gets so lonely here.
Probably. Would you like to reread that though? Because I had to interrupt with my microphone, sorry.
I've not seen another human being in a long, long time. It gets so lonely here.
Roll credits.
Roll credits.
Now, that is an interesting turn of phrase, as we had seen with the last route.
Yeah.
It catches inside your head like a burr. This is the same line.
Yeah.
Have you heard it before? I have!
Yeah, I wonder.
Have you heard it before? Hey chat, have you heard this line before?
Lizard.
Lizard?
Lizard.
You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the girl takes a step towards you.
Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gotten rusty after being on my own for so long.
That's another hydrate.
Gonna have to piss.
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
Well, it's also you problem because you have to pause the stream so I can go piss.
You know, you're not wrong. I didn't hear the question. That was just a suspiciously timed lizard. No, but I accidentally took a nap partway through that stream, so that's probably why. Ah, okay, so had you heard, if you had been there for the visual novel day on Wednesday, you may have noticed in the first route we went through, we already had the dialogue and the narration lines of it mentioning the name of the game, It Gets So Lonely Here, and then just saying, where have you heard that before? It's kind of a double entendre, in a sense. I think it would be a double entendre, wouldn't it?
I don't think so.
Because it has two meanings in it. The phrase in itself.
Like, I guess maybe. I don't know. I feel like it's something else.
Okay.
Fuck. What am I doing?
Your line.
I'm trying to get... I accidentally left the stream and I was trying to figure out how to get back.
Are you watching the Discord shared screen or are you watching the stream?
Yes, I'm getting there. Okay.
Are you trying to fish? Is that why?
Anyway, my line. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you're a traveler, yeah? And your hands are very cold, just like I. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and drink? My home's small, I'm afraid, and my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'd be more than willing to share. There is only one bed, you'll have to deal with that. We'll also have to share. Not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed. Now about the bed situation.
The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh, which does not match your initial impression of her. You thought, when you saw her among the graves, that she would be more distant, somehow, and more mysterious. Perhaps you were mixing her up with somebody else. You were still unsure if you can trust this girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It is much more appealing, certainly, than spending the night outdoors in the cold, kipping on the graves. Kipping?
Kipping? I'm gonna Google that. Kipping?
Kipping?
What are you, a romantic poet? Kipping. I think the "What are you, a romantic poet" was a line in the other one too.
Kipping.
Kipping. Kipping is slang for sleeping or napping.
Ah.
It's apparently an American English slang, but I've not heard of it, so...
What are you, a romantic poet? Please. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation. At the very least, you do not want to appear too eager, but your acquiescence is, alas, an inevitability. Why would you ever refuse her? It's not like she's gonna kill us.
It's not like she's gonna bury you alive or something.
Oh my gosh, if they have that. Oh, no. She is the first friendly face you've seen all night. Without her, you would be all alone.
I wonder if she's like a carrier for the plague, but is like asymptomatic, and you're gonna just die from plague because you're hanging out with her.
That would be a twist. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering sycamore. The girl's home is in such a state it seems a folly to even call it a home. Hovel would, to you, be the more appropriate descriptor. But when your hostess leads you inside, her eyes alive, and she says,
Here we are, home sweet home.
you don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homey or very sweet. That would be incredibly rude. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by wooden joists, and it is perilously low, not so much that you are in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There is a fire in the corner, though it is not consigned to a grate. The fire, instead, is blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot suspended from one of the wooden eaves. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves, iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs, and strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour scent of unwashed bodies. How, you wonder,
Sweaty.
does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one.
Smelly.
The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there is a roof over your head and food to put in your belly. The girl looks to the pot suspended over the fire, which she gives a stir with the ladle. Then she brings the ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she has brewing within it. Oh, she has a dagger around her neck. Do you see that?
Is that a dagger?
Is that a dagger?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't know what it is, but it doesn't look like a dagger to me.
You can only hope that she is not, like the weird sisters from that famous play, brewing a broth with fenny snake fillets.
Yes, I think this is just about done.
The girl says to nobody in particular. She sets the ladle down, back into the pot, then looks to you and smiles.
Do you want something? It looks as though you've come quite the long way. You must be hungry.
These words are like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of a god's most loyal angels. You are so hungry, you could eat a horse.
Eat a what?
Not that there... Not that there are any horses in the immediate vicinity. You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response.
I thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments. I must like
grab a seat, give me a few moments.
Yeah, of course, just grab a few moments.
Your hostess retrieves 2 earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges, into which she pours 2 hefty helpings of whatever it is she is cooking. This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon. Ah, bread.
Bread.
Which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon.
It's not much, I'm afraid. It's the only soup and bread. It would take the edge off of your appetite, though.
You thank your hostess for her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. She hasn't even given her name yet.
No, the mermaid didn't either.
Oh. The soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It is true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that people, when stranded upon desert islands, will resort to cannibalism? I mean, not wrong, but also I feel like this is a foreshadow.
Maybe.
Humans are creatures of necessity. You like to wrap yourselves up in pretensions, but in actuality, you are not much better than animals. You're so hungry, your stomach is achingly empty, that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam, and soon you have consumed all that your hostess has offered you. Your hostess watches while you eat, and she giggles once you have finished.
Did you enjoy that?
Now, was it just like broth, or was there actual filling inside of it? Like,
I think it's like soup, not like just broth.
okay. So I wonder if there would be any like comments of how the meat tasted, if there was any meat, or if any veggies, or that kind of thing. Like, I'm sorry, I'm a soup connoisseur here, so I really want to know more about the soup.
If the meat tastes like pork,
then it's
that's
human.
what they say, human meat.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Will you reread that, please?
Did you enjoy that?
Oh. You catch your hostess' gaze, suddenly abashed. You were so hungry you failed to account for her judgment. Now you have some food in your belly, though, and you have been suitably warmed. Your old self-consciousness is returning. Did you not make a fool out of yourself? You demur shyly, looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. She's got a shovel after all. Fortunately for you, however, and for your fragile ego, your hostess is not the judgmental sort. She is not like the girls he grew up with.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food being appreciated so heartily.
I just noticed the her hair accessories look like hourglasses.
Yeah, that was one of the first things I noticed.
I just noticed the bones.
The bones!
The bones!
Bones! I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for a long while. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see.
This remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your abashment over your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? It seems a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but... Didn't your hostess mention something about a plague?
Yes.
Your hostess says, her voice soft now and serious.
That's right, there was a plague.
And what are the villagers?
It was me with a knife.
And
That's what they called me. The plague.
And what are the villagers? What of her father?
They're all gone now.
Gone?
Yes, you see.
Your hostess rearranges herself upon her chair, one slender leg folded over the other. Then she begins her tale in earnest.
My family has a history. We've lived here for centuries by the church, so we can tend to the graveyard.
Sorry, that was my mom. She was just letting me know there's food in the kitchen and she's heading out now for her show. Okay. Could you reread that line again?
My family has a history. We've lived here for centuries by the church, so we can tend to the graveyard.
Ah, so this abode is centuries old then. It would certainly explain the dirt.
Girl, that's rude. They also dig for a living. My father used to prepare bodies for burial back when he was alive. He built the coffins and we dug the graves, and he lowered the coffins into the dirt. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's got to do it. There's no sense averting our eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us. It's a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father was a gravedigger, and so was my father's father's father. My father's 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 father. I think that was too many fathers. I'm sorry. Digging graves is in our blood. Just like being gay. All those fathers, they had husbands. And somehow I came along.
I'm preg.
It's who we are. Anyway, you're really pretty. You want to share a bed with me?
My. That was surprising. Thank you. That was surprisingly pretty speech, coming from a girl who lives in the countryside, a girl who is without much in the way of education. It is apparent, just to listen to her, and the way she slurs her syllables together, that she has never had any elocution... Elocution? Elocution lessons, not like you.
Well, hold it right there. I've majored in quantum physics at Yale.
There is a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, which gives her a respectable aura.
I don't know where that came from.
You cannot help but be impressed. I mean, she went to Yale. Be impressed.
Yeah.
So, you asked your hostess. That's a raid.
A raid?
That's a raid from Vlad. Hi, Vlad.
I really have to pee, so while you're saying hi to the raiders, I'm gonna go do that.
Sounds good. Hi, Vlad. Hello, raiders. Welcome on in and say hi to YouTube because I'm also streaming on YouTube. Welcome to the Gauntlet. This is our finale day of a whole week of streaming. Of our final day, we are doing catch-up of leftovers from the previous genre days. So we have a lot that we are going to be going through, possibly. Currently, we are going through the visual novel of It Gets So Lonely Here, and all the info you need for that visual novel is in the video description on the YouTube channel. My name is Camilla Scarlett, also go by Cami for short. I am a hybrid tuber and a part-time cat girl on the internet, and you're catching me, as I mentioned, doing this visual novel here. Yo, let's go, another raid? Okay, let's do a little backup. But thank you so much for the raid, and Taco, hi, welcome on in as well. Welcome on in, raiders. Let me just fix my microphone again, hold on. Ugh. There we go, okay. Welcome on in, raiders. My name is Camilla Scarlett, also go by Cami for short. I am a hybrid tuber and a part-time cat girl on the internet, and you are catching me doing a little bit of a visual novel here as part of our finale of the Gauntlet series, where I've been streaming once a day for a whole week. And right now we're doing the visual novel of It Gets So Lonely Here, and you can find all the info you need for it. It's a toxic yuri visual novel, by the way. You can find all the info for it in the YouTube video description, because we are also currently streaming on YouTube. Say hi to YouTube and have a lizard. I hail from Canada, Ontario. Nice to meet you. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. This is a safe space for LGBTQIA+ and neurodivergent community. Anyone found being rude, harassing anyone in this chat will get dust-booted by my lovely mods. Don't be a dick. Also, this is an 18+ channel. If anyone here is under 18 years of age, I do ask you to please leave to the fact that I don't do SMS if I say full. You can check out my about section down below to learn more about me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Now you can sit back, relax, and enjoy yourself. Bud, Taco, thank you so much for trusting me with your communities. Those that came in the raid, make sure you're taking good care of yourself. Some after stream self-care. Get food, get water, get rest, meds and rider for those that may need it, and more. Vlad, thank you for interacting with the YouTube stream. You get a cookie! Thank you so much. Okay, let's see here. What were you streaming first and foremost, Vlad? Since you came in first, you were doing art. Ooh, lovely. How was the project? And then we had raid from Taco, which didn't do shoutouts. So let's go talk.
Lizard.
Also a shout.
Lizard.
Yippee!
Lizard.
Oh hey, nice yippee! I wonder who made it. Lizard! Watched a new episode of a spooky YouTube show I like, and then drew just some weird from the brain experimental art. Gee, I wonder, ha ha ha. Well, I hope you had a great time. Thank you again so much. Let's give Taco a shout out too. I gotta wait 19 seconds? Really?
19 whole seconds?
Yippee!
That's more than 3.
Welcome back, Emily. Would you like to introduce yourself to Vlad and community and Taco and community?
Hi, I'm Emily. Not a duck. Don't be confused, I am a deer. I sometimes be silly on the internet, sometimes. That's all you need to know. Also, Dang, I'm too late for that. It's fine. For your shout out. There. It's not too late.
It's not too late. Also, you can find all of Emily's info in supporting her and her platforms in the YouTube description. Go support this nerd.
Go to YouTube and support Cami on the YouTube.
Gonna lurk and get food. Have fun with the visual novelty too. Thank you, Blood. Have a good noms.
Enjoy food.
Let's do one more show for Vlad here. Go support this nerd! Thank you for the support. Get supported back. And for those that are new, if you have any preferred name and pronouns, please let me know. You can also use exclamation point pronouns and have your pronouns shown in the Twitch chat with the Alejo extension. Yay! And have another lizard.
Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard.
What is that from?
The lizard?
I've seen the video. Yeah, the lizard.
It was from the end of a Pixar movie. I don't know which one, but it was like the after credit scene, and it just showed the lizard pressing on an AAC device. Well, actually, no, the lizard emote on an iPad or something, and it was just like finding it was experiencing ecstasy, just constantly hearing lizard, 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 lizard. And then it spread on TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah.
Where people started remixing the sound bit of the lizard into music.
Lizard.
It's fantastic. And it's just honestly a stim noise, and it's great. Alright, so now that you're back, are you ready for more of the visual novel?
Yeah.
I need to readjust my
Despite
microphone
yawn,
again.
Yes, I am.
Alright. Ooh. Cannot help but be impressed. So, you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of gravediggers?
Yes.
Your hostess, the gravedigger, says,
That's about right. I thought I was never supposed to... Though I was never supposed to be a gravedigger myself. I went to Yale. It's not a woman's profession. That's what everybody says. My father didn't mind, though. He taught me everything he knew, and then some. And then I went to Yale. I might be a woman, but I've got plenty of upper body strength. I can dig a grave just as well as my father could, without breaking a sweat. I could also break you in half.
oh my.
Without breaking a sweat. And you wouldn't even be able to do anything, because I have so much upper body strength. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. She also wouldn't approve of my homosexual acts, either. I'm sure if she were alive, she'd rather focus on more feminine pursuits, like women, like basket weaving or sewing, to better attract a suitor. I also am interested in feminine pursuits. I like femmes.
Uh-huh.
Not that that would do much good now. There's nobody around who'd court me, not for miles and miles. Except
Hi,
for this
fellow
girl in the
human,
house
right
now.
here. Yeah. Another human right in front of you.
Except for this pretty girl in my house right now, eating my soup.
And what happened to her mother?
She died when I was very young, during childbirth. I was only 5 years old.
That doesn't make sense. Hold on.
Not during her birth.
So, okay, she would have had a younger sibling, but I guess they passed away too.
Yeah, presumably.
Oh, well. You can relate to her, at least upon this point. Your parents are not dead, at least not as far as you are aware, but you have not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough, and they never once bothered to check up on you. For many years, there have been no letters, nor any visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You do not know if they will help, but you feel like you cannot you feel like you cannot say nothing. That would seem heartless. The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events, because she smiles, albeit somberly.
It's alright, it was ages ago. I don't remember her too well, and I've never really had the luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do.
Around the house, you ask?
No, digging graves, idiot. That too, I was the oldest. I'm laughing at my own joke. That too, I was the oldest child, so it was my job after my mother died to manage the sweeping and cooking and, oh, looking after my siblings too.
You blink, intrigued, then glance about your host's humble lodgings. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity.
Yeah, they're dead, no shit.
Where could they be?
Dead.
The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You were not being exactly subtle, because she shakes her head.
I had siblings, 2 younger brothers. They're both gone now.
Sorry, I was
Looking
sipping my
for
iced
'em?
coffee.
They're out in the graveyard by the church. You'll find them real easy.
Oh. You should have known.
Yeah, you really should have.
You apologize to the gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this faux pas.
Don't apologize, it's not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest died when he was still a babe. The oldest died before he reached double digits. My life is really grim. That's why they call me the Grim Reaper. Or the Plague. Or COVID-19.
Whoa, okay, hold on. Let's not do that.
I was upset about it at the time, of course. But I've come to terms with it. Life's a fleeting thing. This wicked old world. There's something you learn in this trade, digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm. I've also dug graves for young babes still in their swaddling clothes.
And that's a hydrate. Yes.
I dug graves for just about everybody. There's one waiting for you out there. You can have it when you're ready. That's the nature of death. It comes for all of us. In the end, no matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good or bad we've been. It's the great equalizer. Or so I've heard.
A chill
You want
creeps.
to test it by getting real kinky?
A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess's speech. She is not wrong, but the inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It is too disturbing.
I wonder if the plague is some sort of mermaid disease that the cowherd brought.
Maybe.
They probably didn't think that hard about it.
Salmonella?
But... For the longest, like salmon, Ella.
Exactly.
For the longest times, my family was a small one. It was just my father and me. But that was fine. It was how I liked it. I was very happy, even if our lives weren't the best. We've never had any fancy clothes to wear, and we can't dine on the finest foods, and in the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special. But I always felt otherwise. I thought that I was blessed to be the one sibling in this family who isn't fucking dead. We knew hardship, of course, and famine, and plague, and pestilence, and death. But that was just the way of life around here. When food supplies were low, we always helping one another out.
I see you're having a lot of fun with this, and I am all for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Get creative, girl.
I think it's the voice that's bringing it out of me.
Good, get in character.
I can't do this voice without joking. I had my father, but I also had the rest of the village. We all looked after one another. Things always worked out in the end, except when the plague hit. That didn't work out for anybody but me. At least they did. The plague, you know. Until the plague happened. Oh my god. It was brought in by this cowherd who smelled like fish all the time. She was nice enough, but I'm a little upset that she killed the whole village about it.
Yes, she had mentioned a plague. You've been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. You suppose that the plague is the reason that the village, as you traversed it, was so very empty?
You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. It feels like it was a while ago. Maybe it wasn't that long after all. Like 3 seasons or so? That's what the mermaid would say. Feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but this is also something the mermaid said, I'm pretty sure.
Gross's eyes begin to cloud over. You good?
Yeah, go on.
Your hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. She looks as though she's entrenched with her own memories.
I'm having flashbacks. I could really use a hug right now from the pretty girl who's eating my soup.
What could she be remembering?
Ugh.
You've never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in your history lessons. Your history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacked up on the streets and stacked up in the wooden carts come to take them away, with no shortage of aplomb. Aplomb? Aplomb.
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 She was a strange woman, your history professor. I think this is the history professor. Do you want to do like a silly voice for this one?
I think this is the girl.
You think this is the girl?
Yeah.
But her mouth isn't open.
We'll pretend, we'll see. Maybe the history professor has the same voice as her. The plague came on very suddenly. There was no warning. One day, everybody was fine. And the next...
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay.
They were all dead.
You are correct.
All at once. On the same day, except for me. Mysteriously.
It is with no small amount of anxiety that you eye the gravedigger. Then you ask worriedly, surely they could not all have died? Is that not an exaggeration?
Oh, if only. I wish I was exaggerating. But it's the truth. Honest to God. Even me, I'm also dead.
Imagine.
The people in the village died, one after another, just like that. I saw what the plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through that we buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain. I'm just guessing. Still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all gray and clammy, and he complained of a horrible fever. There were night sweats and stomach cramps. He was on his period. And then there were the boils. That's what he did with his diva cup.
Oh my god! No!
He gotta disinfect it between uses.
Oh my god. Look, I know I made joke about I'm pregnant all, but
Yeah, my dad was trans. So was my mom.
valid.
They didn't approve of a woman being masculine, though. It was real weird.
Can you reread that?
And somehow my mom was the one who died of childbirth.
Can you reread that, please?
I just need to... And then there were the boils.
The boils?
Yeah, that's what he did to his diva cup.
Stop. 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 Stop.
I can't...
This completely went off script.
Oh my god.
You got this. Breathe.
Need a second.
Lizard.
Beans?
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 Okay, serious. She's serious. She's not joking about the diva cup. Serious. Pustules. They were the size of an egg and they were full of pus. And that's why they call them pustules. When they burst, it stunk. The whole house is full of it. Stunk of death. That's why it smells like I haven't showered in weeks. I promise I showered today. The wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was no good. My father was good as gone already. She took one look at him, lying on his deathbed, and shook her head. She was like, "Ew, he's covered in boils." She said we shouldn't get any closer. I can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though. Felt like she was turning her back on us. I wished her ill. I remember that after she left. Till a few days passed, and she fell sick too. And then I wished her well. And then she fell into the well.
Oh,
That's how everybody else got sick. Then I felt bad for cursing her. I couldn't help but worry. If it was all my fault. It's silly, I know, but...
The gravedigger closes her eyes. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes melt like flecks of fallen snow. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might at any moment fall apart.
I might at any moment fall apart. I need a pretty girl in my house to hold me together. It wasn't long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptoms as my father. The clammy skin, and the fever, and the boils. The boils grew, and then they burst, and then they die in screaming, stinking agony. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill. But I think even that was 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was all pointless. None of my herbal salves had any impact. Any Genshin impact. Have you heard about the Nog Cry update? Couldn't make a blind bit of difference. She pulled for Lama, she's really pretty. All I did was stand above his bedside telling him it'd be alright, until his eyes sank into his skull like 2 black stones and his mouth dried out. During that day before he died, he might have been a corpse already. He didn't look at me. He didn't speak to me. He just lay in bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I'd never wished any ill on my father before, but during those moments The
gravedigger squeezes her hands, which are resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbing with an awful emotion, she says,
I wish she just died.
well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had it overly long to wait. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining. No, perhaps not. The gravedigger is still shaking. She will not cry, will she? You hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You are not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of an effort, even if it is a token one. You shift upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Then you say, very softly, that you are sorry. It is not much, but it is all you can think of saying. Alright, pause right here.
Pause.
When people reveal something like vulnerable like that, and people just respond with, I'm sorry. To me, that doesn't really seem like the right thing to say, because when you say that you're sorry, it's that you're apologizing for something that you did. That you are taking...
No.
This is my interpretation. That it is something you are taking accountability for.
Saying you're sorry is to express condolences.
But if you just say I'm sorry in that itself, that isn't really expressing condolences. When expressing condolences, it is, I'm sorry that you had to go through this, or I'm sorry that you had to do this all on your own, or like that kind of thing. But just to say I'm sorry doesn't give the context.
Well, no, but you have context clues by the fact that they're not, they weren't the person who did it.
I don't know, it's just something like IRL of mine. It's just more of like, if something happens to someone and they just respond with I'm sorry, then to me that is like, why are you saying this unless you are holding yourself accountable?
I think
sorry is more of an apology than it is a condolence in my perspective.
Well, that one's... I think you're just gonna have to deal with that one because the whole English language disagrees with you.
It's also because I'm autistic. It's not much, but it's all you can think of saying. You had thought, initially, that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now you can see that this is not the case. Her suffering has far outstripped your own. I think I have a sliver in my hand. Hold on. It's my good hand, too, so it's not like my bad palm. But, like, I think there's something in my palm that's really irritated, and I don't know if it's a sliver. I'm not seeing anything. I don't feel it anymore. I'll just have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Not that suffering is a competition, of course. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is, but the gravedigger seems not to mind it. She is very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you so, no matter how foolish you might be. Do you really deserve such kindness?
Oh, again with the apologies. You should just give me a smooch on the cheek and I'll feel better. It's alright, like I said. You didn't cause any of this. And I'm not upset at you. She's you! She's being just like you right now.
Yep! Yep, thank you! Keep going.
I said the last
part.
part.
Oh, sorry. Would you be able to reread that? Because I had talked over you. I'm sorry.
It's alright, like you said. You didn't cause any of this. I'm not upset at you. I'm just recounting what happened is all. I do wonder, though, why I never fell sick myself. I thought I was going to die, so I had already prepared for the Reaper to come take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. He doesn't like lesbians, you see?
Alright, so we're good. We're safe. But wait, what about your fathers and your father's fathers?
Well, they weren't lesbian.
No, but they were gay.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
Oh.
Maybe he'd already
not enough estrogen?
That's not the problem. On all the others. It's about principle. Maybe you'd already... Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. Maybe you'd already satiated his appetite on all the others. That, or maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. Someone's gotta bury the bodies. With my father gone, who else would tend to the dead?
You called it?
I was the only one person left. By the end of it all, so as I had to bury the people of the village. I buried all of them, including my dad. They're all resting peacefully now, under the earth, except for that one body I didn't finish burying when you showed up, where the plagues can't reach them. Oh, maybe she was digging her own grave.
Maybe.
On the one hand, I'm happy for them. They were able to escape from all their suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost, though...
The gravedigger tenses. Then, she sniffs.
When I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud off the dirt from my clothes. Mud and the dirt off my clothes.
Aha! So this village did have its fair share of washerwomen after all. It would seem your earlier insistence upon this particular point was not without merit.
And the handsome young farmhands who used to flirt with me. That one cowherd girl, she liked me a lot. I had the feeling though she was cheating on me. The priest who preached at the church, who told us wonderful tales of paradise, the children who skip stones on the lake, play hopscotch in the lake, on the street, in the streets,
Hopscotch in the lake.
skip stones on the street and play hopscotch in the lake.
It seems the cowherd is getting more girls than the main character. Cowherd got Riz.
I can't help but feel so lonely. Roll credit.
Not the exact line.
The great. Oh, that's you.
That is me. Thank you for noticing. The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine. Once she has finished her address with tears. Once she has finished her address with tears, but she does not let them fall. She is being very brave, much more so than you are. Anxiously, you extend a hand towards her, meaning to... What? Give her a hug? You
Yes.
do not know her well enough. Pat her head? I'll take that.
Yeah, you would.
That would be infantilizing. Well, not exactly. It's just a safe way to receive affection without having hypersensitivity jump.
I'd say most people would consider it infantilizing.
But I like
But-
head patch.
Yeah, but you like it, so it's different.
Yeah. Squeeze her
Anyway.
hand?
Do that.
Perhaps that could be misconstrued as a romantic overture, and that is the last thing you want. Excuse me?
Maybe it's the first thing she wants.
You endured
I'm
more.
sorry, I'm not supposed to be reading the narrator's lines.
You endured more than
Don't
your.
mind me.
You endured more than your fair share of teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision, as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side. Your hand rests upon your lap, as useful as damp kindling. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that you ought to say something, though, to show that you heard her play, and that you care. You do not know what this something should be, however. No words could ever console the gravedigger. They would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved, and so, after a pause just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say?
Oh no.
The gravedigger replies, wiping a few stray tears away with the back of her arm.
It's alright. I've grown used to it. Really, being on my own. I mean, it ain't so bad, really.
You're really bringing out the cry emotion. I'm starting to cry up with it. Tear up with it.
And I'm not alone now, at least. I met you. You keep me company, won't you?
Well, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well yourself how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod, a response which makes the girl smile more widely still.
That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveler just passing through, but I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have food enough, and a spare bedroom. Damn it, I shouldn't have mentioned the bedroom. I can make it up to you right now. You must be tired after your long journey. Just give me a moment. I won't make you sleep in the bed that my dad died in.
Oh no! The gravedigger rises to
Well,
her...
you can sleep in my bed. I will also sleep in my bed.
That sounds like a plan. The gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please and frown. The girl's home is a small, humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. This so-called spare bedroom is, in all likelihood, the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. You do not think that you would much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man, but what choice do you have? You are tired, wretchedly so. Why, it is all you can do to keep your eyes open. While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you have found said sanctuary, it would be unreasonable to find faults with it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many, many people in the world with less. You rise and follow the gravedigger when she has finished her preparations to her so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you feared it would be. At least there is bed, which comes as something of a relief. The rest of these lodgings are so humble you were half expecting a straw pallet. As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal. The sheets of the bed are clean, too, a fact you discern with a cursory glance. So, you will not be expected to sleep upon the sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man after all. This really is your lucky day.
I got you this too,
the gravedigger says, somewhat shyly, as she hands you a folded gown.
to sleep in. I thought it might come in handy. Your clothes are, a little shabby.
She can say that again. Your skirt is covered in mud and the hem is torn and ragged.
This nightgown is one of my old ones. It's suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it'll fit all right. It's clean if nothing else.
You accept a nightgown from your benefactress with words of thanks.
I grew out of this when I was 16.
You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you, and you yawn, a fact the gravedigger does not fail to notice.
Oh, begging your pardon. That's such a southern thing to say. I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to help.
The gravedigger bows.
I was worried that southern accent was not the way to go, and then it keeps repeating that
You're
it
doing
was
great,
absolutely
sweetie.
the way to go.
The gravedigger bows her head to you like a drudge, then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon find that you rather miss your hostess's company. In the face of her good... Hydrate! In the face of her good-natured smiles, you could almost forget all of the hardships you have hitherto endured. In her absence, however, your lodgings feel almost unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shudder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you are able, but your fingers are cold, and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. It takes you more time than you would like to complete this endeavor, but you soon have your shirt and your skirt dispensed with. You are too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a skulky child, then pull on your new nightgown. Sulky? Yeah, not skulky. Skulking.
Skulking around the corner.
Then pull on your new nightgown.
Sleep with the gravedigger.
Your hostess's earlier warnings were apt enough. It is quite worn, but it fits well enough. It is more comfortable, at least, than your old uniform. You've endured worse. Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It is with a sigh you extinguish the weakly flickering candlelight which burns on your bedside, and with another sigh that you lay your head down upon your pillow. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you will be able to sleep at all. Excuse me, sorry. You can recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid detail, your heart is still pounding. I can hear the heartbeat in the game. Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can.
That fear has yet to leave you. Perhaps it will never leave you. Your terror was such, it almost feels as though it has suffused itself into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Your eyelids fall shut, and your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It is not long until you are spiraling through a dark, deep abyss, lost in Morpheus's kingdom. But your sleep, despite your weird state, is not as restorative as you had hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive. Even at the conservatory, you were frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. The dreams that you have this night, lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon an unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you are back at the conservatory, the place where this adventure of yours began. You are wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded, and your gray, unremarkable skirt. Your hair is tied in braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmates, and you thought yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in return. You did not want anybody to notice you. Until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden, there were no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, and no thrown objects. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting that your classmates had devised. But this little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued on and on and on as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As the time passed, you began to fret as to the state of your own corporeality. Could anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? Then, at long last, you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest through which you were sometimes bidden to jog for PE class, beneath the shade cast by an old oak tree. It was a makeshift tombstone, a small, meager monument made of stone, upon which one of your classmates had honed a name. Your name. You knew at once, as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree, that this was the reason behind your classmates' silence. This was why they had, for many months, been ignoring you so studiously. They had buried you. In their hearts, you had already died. Eerie dreams notwithstanding, you sleep more comfortably than you had anticipated. When you awake the following morning to the sweet chirping of birdsong, you feel well rested, albeit woozy. Your head is aching. It is nothing, however, that a cup of hot tea cannot fix. You stumble into the kitchen in your nightclothes, your hair loose and your feet bare, and the gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and exclaims, in a manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them.
Oh, you look awful. I think you need something warm to drink. Maybe need something to eat too. Let me get started on breakfast.
And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite the simple affair, nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a bit too strong. It is food all the same, though, and you do not complain. Your stomach was cheese. Your stomach was beginning to grumble. The tea is inoffensive, at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in return. A sunny smile, like a field of blooming bellflowers.
It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else.
She says, words which... Hold on. Sorry, I had a cough there. She says, words which come to symbolize your relationship. You stay with the gravedigger for many, many more days, and, limited though her means might be, she always tries to help you. The gravedigger sets you chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact for which you are grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you. The sound of your feet against the foliage and the swirling fog. When you sleep, you are assailed by nightmares. Sorry, I'm coughing a lot. I think I need to rest my voice soon. Sometimes you awake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body and your mouth gaping open in a paroxysm? Paroxysm of terror. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you are still afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so, though, particularly when you are sweeping the floor or keeping an eye on the bread loaves so they do not burn. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work she knows best, that is, digging graves. Her dogged persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you, so much so that you cannot help but posit a question to her on one particular morning when the sky is festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her, perhaps a touch insensitively, do you continue to dig graves? There is nobody left, after all, to dig them for. You have always been practical, and you cannot see the point in it.
What's the point in it?
The gravedigger ponders while holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by your question, despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky her temperament is so very placid.
I don't suppose there is any point to it, really.
The gravedigger eventually says, with a small smile. I can drink more water.
I know it doesn't have any particular purpose, but... well... digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it so I could continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep the family tradition going. And I suppose I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really.
That's all, is it? You think you can understand that? Though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there is a kernel of reason nestled among them. She does not dig graves out of the sense of purpose, she does it, instead, out of sentiment.
Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spend my days idling on my own, I think I'd go mad.
Sorry, I thought I heard something out in the parking lot in my building.
No worries.
Ugh. The gravedigger laughs at this, as though it... The gravedigger laughs at this, as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. You are ashamed of thinking such a thing, though, and your face flushes with the guilt of it. We cannot all be well-bred young ladies, you know. Still, the laughter of the gravedigger, as it echoes through the gray, gloomy sky, is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural, the rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to return her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot. You cannot help but pity her. You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger, then set about some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which does not take particularly long, and the preparing of the meals, a task which takes slightly longer. It is not until much later, however, once the sun is already sunk beneath the horizon and the moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. She is windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there is dirt caked beneath her fingernails. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which she hangs by the door, then looks to the pot suspended over the fire, a fire which you stoked with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, that of garlic and onions, fills the air, suffusing the interior of the kitchen in a homey aroma which makes your stomach rumble. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white.
Oh. You know who else said dear one? The mermaid. Thank you so much, dear one. There's nothing like returning home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now let me give it a test.
The gravedigger dips a spoon into the soup, then brings it to her lips. She blows upon it. Then she places a spoon into her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food which you have prepared for her? You have cooked for her before, in the past, and she was always very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. You never had to concern yourself with it, really, growing up in a relative comfort, as you did. You think that you enjoy this rural, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privileges of your past life. At least now, with the gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend, a staunch ally. When you are with her, you are not alone, and that is worth its weight in gold. The gravedigger explains, after drawing the spoon from her lips, her smile a bright, guileless. Yeah, guileless one.
It's delicious.
Your face flushes at this compliment. You are unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that, a query which makes the gravedigger smile.
Of course I mean it. You've become quite good at cooking. Really? I totally mean it.
That is a relief. You were not very good at all of this cooking malarkey in the beginning. You did not know how to handle a knife nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once. You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw the sullied soup out. The gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. Your soups during your stay have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Today's soup, however...
He's a vampire. That's why she loves her soup, because it's all full of blood.
But okay, but the thing is, we made the soup with garlic and onion.
Yeah. Vampires have a weakness for garlic, as in they love eating it.
Oh, I see. Seems we should make some garlic bread then. Today's soup, however, is a marked step above all the rest. You did not cut yourself with a knife even once.
Ah, darn.
Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving.
This soup... This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread, too. That we can eat it with. But, oh, I should brew some tea, too. Let me.
Ah, yes, the tea. You knew that you were forgetting something. You were so focused on the soup, it must have slipped your mind. Your face flushes yet again at this oversight, and shyly you offer to correct it. The gravedigger, however, waves your request aside.
No, it's alright. We made dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair. And it won't take long. It won't take long at all. What? Fucking... That's not the words. It won't take all that long.
There you go.
A third time's the charm. Do you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy?
Of course, you would not mind. You do enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you are awfully domestic. You work alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it, soup and bread, alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea, prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. You sit together at the table, then partake in the simple fare, after saying grace. Soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There is a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing, so much so, it makes you feel rather sleepy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. I think we're about to hit a red flag here.
You think she drugged us?
I think so. You like to sit with the gravedigger for a little while longer and tell stories, as you have sometimes in the past. That, or play cards. The nights are long, and there is no better way to pass them than spending time with her. Games of Old Maid, alas, will have to wait. You are too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you feel utterly fatigued. You explain your predicament to the gravedigger between your yawns, and she nods in response.
That's alright. You don't need to stay up with me. Not if you ain't up to it. You should head off to bed and dress that pretty head of yours.
You do not think you are particularly pretty, but you presume that the gravedigger is just regurgitating a phrase to you.
No, she means it.
She does not truly mean it.
She means it.
How could she? She is far prettier than you are. You think the gravedigger...
Probably pretty when you first met her.
You thank the gravedigger for her understanding, then rise from the table. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs, then change out of your clothes. You have only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles upon your door, light and unobtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong to but one person. It is the gravedigger come to check up on you.
I'm sorry.
The gravedigger says, her voice soft.
But you rushed to your room so soon after eating, I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see if you're alright.
The gravedigger is trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear it wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned, so much so she could very well be on the brink of tears. You do not want her to cry for you. You would feel horribly guilty if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all that she has done for you. You bid the gravedigger entry into your room. Therefore, without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. The door swings inwards with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in black, her clothes a stark contrast to your pure white, well, off-white, nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in bed with your hair freed from your usual braids, and exhales. Is that relief, you wonder, playing about her face? But why? What was she expecting to see, exactly, before entering your bedchamber?
Thank you for letting me in.
The gravedigger says, toying with her fingers.
How do you feel?
Not too terrible, you reassure her. There are no particular problems with your health, you just feel tired.
Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a little pale.
That would be nothing out of the norm. You are always pale.
True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink? Or maybe a hot brick to place in your bed? It'll keep you warm. Or a me to place in your bed? It will keep you warm.
You appreciate your hostess's thoughtfulness, but you reassure her that this won't be necessary. You'll be fine.
I hope so. I thought that about my father too before he...
The gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know, now, what she is thinking of before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin. A sweating brow. Rank, oozing pustules. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague, which once beset your own country, and you shudder.
If you don't want anything, then I'll be on my way.
The gravedigger says.
But before that...
Before that?
This was just a fancy on my part, but I was wondering, would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while?
Your hair?
That's right. Such a pretty shade of red is all I just thought. Well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me, not if you don't want to, but I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I've heard it's supposed to be soothing.
That is what the gravedigger says, but you have the distinct feeling that she is the one looking for solace here. She is not quite so selfless, perhaps, that she would like... blah, blah, blah. She is not quite so selfless, perhaps, as she would like you to think. But she has been so very good to you, and has done so very much for you, that you do not want to begrudge her this small self-indulgence. You rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request, and, upon doing so, you are certain you have made the right choice. Your hostess's face lights up immediately in a manner which makes you blush.
Oh, thank you. It'd be my honor. Now let me fetch my brush.
The gravedigger retreats from your room in a hurry, but returns soon thereafter, holding in her right hand the promised brush. This artifact acquired, the gravedigger then settles herself upon your bed by your side. She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she announces that she will begin. The gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melts with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It is soothing enough, so much so it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one, and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you, you wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, it must have been when you were a very little girl. You have not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you enrolled at the conservatory.
Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. It's soft, just like silk. Not at all like mine. Mine is so coarse.
Dear.
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 This gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscences. It sounds as though the gravedigger is lost in nostalgia of her own, because her voice, when next she speaks, is dreamy.
I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me back when she was still alive. This must have been a long time ago, though.
It's funny, you think, as the bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses, that you and the gravedigger should both be reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. Perhaps there is something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair, which is wont to summoning forth such images. I would not know, personally. I cannot remember my own mother at all.
I don't think I'd like having my hair brushed very much.
The gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck.
My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can remember that. She always told me to sit still. Though it wasn't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force.
Now this is curious. It sounds as though the reminiscences of the gravedigger are not particularly fond at all, after all. Did she not get along well with her mother?
I can't rightly say.
The gravedigger replies in a somber sort of voice.
I was young, like I said, when she died. I don't really remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all the cooking and the cleaning, and looking after my baby brothers. That she died giving birth to.
But she had time enough, despite that, to brush your hair?
She did what she felt she had to make me look presentable. Not that it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village, you see, who like to sit indoors with their mothers and sew. Sue. I'd always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him.
Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled. Not that you can see it with your back facing her. Hydrate.
My mother said I wasn't very, well, maidenly. She didn't like that I always trapezed around outside after my father, watching as he dug graves.
Trapeze or
Traipsed.
traipsed? Yeah.
I think it's traipsed, actually.
Yeah, trapeze!
She said it wasn't appropriate. Like kissing girls and stuff. Like I was some sort of princess wearing a fine dress. And kissing girls.
The gravedigger snorts.
I used to be a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I'd get burrs in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. It's not like I had any hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. But still, she hoped she had a lot of hopes. She hoped she had a lot of hopes. My mother, high hopes.
That's a lot of hope.
She hoped. I thought she might have resented my father, maybe for working such a menial job. My profession is an honest one, but it's never made much money. Not enough to send me to Yale. I lied about that. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses and... Oh, I don't know. She always had ideas. Her head was full of fairy tales. Like you. Maybe that's why I like you. It was a shame. I suppose that her reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted.
The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable. So much so, you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. You never will, either. Her cold, inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath a tombstone, for over a decade.
Her bones are probably completely decayed by now.
You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought out condolences can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you that, of course, your father loved you really. If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? You know he was worried about his finances, but that seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice, at least you think she was, but she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was, nominally, an adult, she was always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You do not try to tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her, that she must have done, else she would not have given birth to her. Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair, and you say, quietly, that you understand. Sometimes, you feel like a disappointment yourself.
Well,
the gravedigger says, after a pause.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. Guess it happens to all of us.
You guess so. Parents are only people, after all. While one would hope one's parents would be kind and attentive, they, too, can fall victim to caprices of their own. Just because one has brought a child into this world, it does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. Ain't that the truth? It is a painful subject.
Oh well. It's alright if my mother never liked me. Or even if she never loved me. I know my father did. That's all that matters. He was always there for me, no matter what.
Your companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces.
Well, at least until he wasn't. He died. And I didn't do a thing to help him. Oh, that had an exclamation point. And I didn't do a thing to help him.
Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake.
Give her a hug this time.
You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It is all-consuming, like the waters of a deep, dark ocean.
Yeah, you'd know about that, wouldn't you?
Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms with telling her. You turn to face her and pluck the brush, which has been hovering in the air, inert, from her fingers. Then you let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness.
I know, but I can't help but think, what if? I keep racking my head over and over trying to come up with something. But I can't think of anything. And even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried. I buried him. Now I'm all alone.
She might have been alone. She might have been alone, you tell the gravedigger, but she isn't now. Not anymore. How can she be when you're there?
I know that. I know, and I'm grateful, but I don't know if I deserve it.
Why would she not deserve your company? You do not understand.
Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me most, I failed him. I failed everyone. All of the villagers, all of my friends, all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it.
Looks like we have some, separation anxiety here. Survivor's guilt and separation anxiety.
I don't want you getting sick too. Not when I care about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to being on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much, I can't sleep from it. I'm scared.
Your companion's voice catches in her throat. Then she collapses in on herself. She leans forwards, her arms wound about her middle as if to steady herself, and she cries. She cries and she cries and she cries. For a few moments, you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face, streaked with silvery tears, seems to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem too slender to bear the accumulative weight of all the sorrow she has endured, are shaking. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, as insistent as the fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night. You are not so very tired, however. You cannot offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too weary to think of pretty sophisms. But there is something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you are tired enough for once to throw caution to the wind. That and the tears of the gravedigger are awfully arresting.
Yay!
Yay! Achievement! You open your arms and, before the gravedigger can pass comment, you pull her to your chest.
Oh.
A soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quieter than the sound of wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then, there is nothing. The gravedigger is stiff in your arms for a few moments, like the corpses she and her father used to seal away inside their wooden coffins. She is all wide eyes and awkward, pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly as you hold her that you have, perhaps, made a mistake. Were your attempts at consoling her too clumsy? You would not know. You have never been in a situation like this before. You have never consoled any friends before, because you have never had any friends to console. Oh. I feel that. My childhood, I feel that.
Yeah.
It is not so now, however. You are as far away from your old life as it is possible to be, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there, still as a statue, cradled in your arms.
Oh, very sorry to do you so bad. Just I get so lonely sometimes. Roll credits.
Until, at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against yours. You run your hands against your sobbing companion's shoulder blades and her back, and gently you soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize. There is no shame in crying. Fact.
True.
You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your chest, wetting the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you that night, but they do not need to. Your words are irrelevant in a moment as tender as this, shared between two souls who have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. You slide beneath your sheets. You still feel exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. We're in the same bed.
Yeah, there was only 2 beds.
Sleepover. It would be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. You were saying?
I genuinely already forgotten.
Okay.
It's fine.
You have already accepted the gravedigger, after all, every single inch of her.
Every inch of her?
You have accepted her hospitality. You have accepted her food. Now you are accepting her company. Get your mind out of the gutter, miss.
Listen, every inch is phrasing.
Now you're accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets, then draw her body to yours.
Now you're accepting her inches.
The gravedigger has not yet changed into her nightwear. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she awakes come the following morning, her head resting against your chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There is no concept of time between the two of you, no thought of the day which will dawn once this night inevitably ends. Instead, there is only the warm share between you and the wetness on the cheeks of the gravedigger. There is a sound, irregular now, and less intense than before, of your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There is this gentle, tender moment snatched in the midst of a deep, dark night which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy, as though weighted down with stones. They droop inexorably downwards, pulling you like a drowning maiden into the dark, impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn. Then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger like 2 cats in a basket. You sleep, and you sleep, and you sleep more deeply than you have allowed yourself in quite some time. But when you awake, you find that you are no longer in the bed upon which you slept in, shrouded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you were quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but your surroundings do not become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you are aroused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else to slake your thirst. Your sleep has been awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. That does not sound quite right, though. You slept well. Of that, you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? You do not know. You do not know much of anything. You can feel a strange pinching sensation around your chest, however, and around your arms. It would appear as though somebody, but who else could it have been save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping. That is a startling thought, but the darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you is unsettlingly complete. It is so thick you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep, unnatural darkness. It is cold, too, and you are lying upon something hard. Some sort of a stone slab? What is going on? You reach out, but your movements are soon stymied. Stymied? There is something heavy lying atop you, something that is limiting your movements. You were anxious before upon awakening, but at this discovery you feel downright aggrieved. A sharp prong of panic pierces you, but you try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations even worse. You ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best you can, though it is coming in thick and fast, and try to squirm. You move your arms outwards, but they do not get very far. There is a wall above you, and walls on either side of you, walls which do not budge no matter how hard you push. So, about what we were talking about in the beginning.
About being buried alive?
Yeah. Why, though? Not, must I add, that you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. You have never had much in the way of upper body strength, nor lower body strength. You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meager exertions, unsure of what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, nor why, but a terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you, one which, initially, you tried to discard. You did not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You were lying in a box, hemmed in by walls which offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear it, the irregular sounds of drumming. It is as though somebody, though they must be a very large somebody, is tapping their fingertips upon the lid of your coffin. Or is it raining? It is not the fingers of a giantess, though, which is disturbing you, nor is it falling rain. It is dirt. This sound continues on and on, as though it is drilling its way inside your skull. It is relentless. It is merciless. Like the ticking of a great celestial clock, it cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out. But you knew that already, didn't you, when you were running through the forest? You ought to have known, silly thing, that you could not outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later, it would catch up with you. You are stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. You cry not for your parents, whom you hardly knew, nor for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you have been living and with whom you shared one precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Surely this is some manner of mistake?
Hold on one second. I guess one's out.
Okay.
Hi, baby boy. Here we go. Come on. Okay, boys out.
Okay, could it be that because she slept so long, she thought she was dead?
Possibly.
Because she wasn't waking? When she realizes that you are, in fact, entombed in one of the coffins she is surely filling, for who else would be moving the dirt above you? She will cease her operations at once. She will pull you out of the darkness, back into the world of living, and then she will hold you close. She will embrace you. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you and so kind. Why would she bury you? You cry to her so loudly, you fear your vocal cords might tear, all while banging against the roof of your compact prison. You cry desperately, helplessly, and, to your relief, your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling soil stops, albeit briefly. Then, you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's being filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it.
So you're awake then, are you, dear one? Dear. Dear.
The gravedigger says. She sighs. Then she says in a perplexed sort of voice,
No, that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd be asleep for a couple hours more. So the last time we spoke could have been on better terms.
Okay, so obviously it wasn't that she was sleeping so much she thought she was dead. This was premeditated.
If you keep screaming like that, I'm gonna feel bad.
Good.
Keep screaming!
Good. Your companion's words, so distant, are unmistakable. You are so tense, you are attuned to every single syllable, and each of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake, then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You posit this question to the gravedigger as best you can, trying to keep the tremors from your voice as you do. Perhaps you think, in your optimism, that if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward you for your bravery and let you go. If this is what you are hoping, though, it is in vain.
That's right. You really do catch on quick.
So it would appear she really has committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why, though, would she do such a thing? You thought that she was your friend.
We are friends.
The gravedigger says, her voice still whirringly offhand, whirringly empty.
I'm very fond of you. There's nobody dearer to me than you. I've had a really good time with you these last... How long has it been again? I don't remember.
Neither do you. Well, if this little detail has slipped both your minds, it can't be all that important. You have other things to worry about. If you really are friends, you say to the gravedigger, then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You do not understand. But you understand her reply even less.
Well, here's the thing.
The gravedigger says in a reasonable sort of voice, as though burying somebody alive could ever be thought of as a reasonable action.
I've been digging graves for a long time, see?
You cannot see. It is too dark, but you affirm that you do all the same.
Well, I was digging all these graves, but I've not had anybody to put in them. Not for ages. It was rather sad.
You think you know where the train of logic... You think you know where this train of logic, twisted though it is, might be going, so you do not interrupt her. You know no good would come of it. All you can do, for the present, is lie there and listen.
I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this godforsaken village. Not after the plague messed everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. Now that I have somebody I can bury, I'm not going to let the opportunity pass me by.
Seriously? What about an animal? You know, you could find an animal out in the wild.
I'm sorry, but this is just part of my job. That's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I buried my mother, buried my father, buried all my friends. Now I'm gonna bury you too.
It is sound logic in a sense, as the daughter of a gravedigger, digging graves is her job, but something about it rankles you. If only you could put your finger on it. Ah, yes! There is a bit of a flaw with her reasoning, is there not? You are not dead, after all.
You might not be dead now,
the gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity.
But you will be, given enough time. I mean, everybody else I've ever known's died. Who's to say you won't be next?
It seems rather more likely that you will die, and quickly, if she persists with her poorly thought out plan to bury you. Your coffin is not very large, it affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it for long enough, you will run out of oxygen. Then you will suffocate. That, or you will starve to death. Either way, your demise will be a slow, painful one. You are unsure which death would be worse, though, given how precarious your situation is, you do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger, and quickly, while she is still here. You tell her, tearfully, that you would not leave her. Why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow, but the gravedigger remains unmoved.
You say that,
she says.
But how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveler. They never stay put in one place for long. You'd get sick of me before long, then you'd leave me. This way, at least I can be assured that we'll always stay together. If I bury you, like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I even took care to put you in a nice spot close to my home, so you're only a stone's throw away, really. Isn't that nice?
Privately, you think that the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you. You do not say this, however. You cannot say much of anything because the panic has begun to set in. It is choking you, stopping up your throat, so you can only cry. You scream. You beg and you plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She has already buried her little brothers. That's a hydrate. She has already buried her little brothers. She has even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. She thinks, by burying you, she is doing to you an act of great kindness. You think that she is going to kill you. In a sense, you were both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you will never be able to find any common ground. You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She is beyond listening.
Shush, shush, dear one,
says the gravedigger very gently, just as gently as she spoke last night when she confided in you all of her fears.
It won't be so bad, really. Nothing'll be able to hurt you down there. Be just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? This way we can always be together. And I'll never be lonely again.
While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your arms, your legs, and your head conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of the dirt and the scrapings of the shovel and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream and you scream and you scream without cease until your throat feels hoarse, but your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You are in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there, screaming and crying and banging your fists on the roof of the coffin over and over as more dirt and debris falls on top of you. Eventually, enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You are all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box, which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the backs of your nostrils when you inhale. It is so potent, you can taste it on your tongue. You can taste the eventual, inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here, underground, forever and ever. Or, to use less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. It isn't a very pleasant way to go. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow. And in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? We have a choice!
Finally, I think we gotta accept our fate first.
Yeah, we do, and we're gonna do a quick save here first. Alright, accept your fate. Bad route.
Die.
Very well then. Enjoy your eternal slumber. I suppose this is good night for now, but it is not goodbye. You cannot escape from me, even if you are buried beneath the earth. Where there is a will, there is a way. And even if the whole world has forsaken you, I never will. I will never leave you.
Okay, so we've been buried beneath the ocean. We've been buried beneath the earth. What's next?
Lava?
What else are we being buried
Lava?
beneath?
Lava?
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 Air?
You will never be lonely
Lava?
again. Alright, bad route, let's go! And let's go back to the original load. Alright, fight against your fate. Are you not happy with the...
Back in time.
Back in time. Are you not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you? Very well, I cannot blame you. It is quite a grim ending. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy, and you are rather dearer to me than that.
Dear.
Now, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming.
Okay, so theory.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever this narrator character is like some sort of demon who's been contracted with our protagonist.
That could be.
And there's going to be a third one that we're going to run into.
Right.
Who's also probably going to kill us.
Right. In lava?
I think all three of these people are the creations of the narrator.
Ooh.
It's like a how dare you think you can escape me?
Mm-hmm.
Because you live in my world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Kind of thing. So this narrator has sort of written these characters into the world
Mm-hmm.
to kill you.
Your fate.
And you go, oh, I had it so good over there.
Your fate is, once again, in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take? All we have left is the castle. Oh,
I think this is I think this is a good time for a bio break.
Oh, absolutely. This is definitely a good time for a bio break. Or if you want to call it here because your throat needs rest.
I think I'm good this time. I'm more prepared for a long stream.
Okay, so
Also, we've been at this for like 3 hours instead of 4 at this
yeah,
point, so it is a
yeah.
little different.
Okay, so we are going to take a little bio break here. I recommend people take advantage of this bio break as well, whether you get food, water, stretch, meds reminder for those that may need it, and more. We'll be back in a little bit. Yeah. I returned. Thank you for waiting. I hope you guys had a good bio break. I grabbed myself a little snacky and ate some of that snack. Well, not really a snack. It's more dinner slash lunch slash not breakfast. Can promise it's not breakfast. But it's kind of my second meal of the day, so like hee hee. I have steak, potato, and veggies. And the steak and potato were made in the air fryer by my roommate before she left for her show. So I hope you guys had a good bio break. Put on the fishing. There we go. Aha! I'm gonna undeafen here and see if Emily's back. Beach.
Beans?
Beans.
Beans. I want to get a screenshot of the Gravedigger girl.
Yeah.
Looking kind of down and caption it when she says she's accepted every inch of you, but she wasn't talking about the homicidal tendencies.
Alright, give me a sec here and let's see if I can find it. Let me just do a little bit of this, and we already did the save. That's fine.
I don't think we'd be able. Well, actually, maybe. Oh, here. Go to the
This one and go backwards.
Left save. No, go to the middle left save and then skip ahead really fast.
I think it would be better if we did this one.
I don't think we'll be able to go backwards. I mean, you can try. Oh, you can go backwards. Okay. I do think skipping would be faster, but we're already here.
It'll go to like the next choice. Oh, that's as far as it goes.
Well, you can. Yeah. Okay. So load the. You probably could have go to the option wheel.
Yep.
Or
Yep.
I guess that works too. All right.
Okay, so we go to the village.
Go to village and then hit the skip button, and just be ready to pause it once she appears, and then we can just go through really fast. I think that's for auto.
Oh.
So just spam click till we get her looking sad. Here we go.
Will that one
Yeah.
work? Hi,
Yeah.
Saf. Welcome on in. Visual novel?
Thank you
Yes.
Thank you
Also-
for indulging me.
Also, say hi to YouTube. We are also streaming on YouTube. For the finale of this gauntlet. Our final day of this week-long stream, and then tomorrow I get to have a day off and go get groceries. But the game is called It Gets So Lonely Here, and you can find all the info in the YouTube video description. But how are you doing? Alright, so you're good?
I'll probably make this a blue sky post once I'm done with it, but I just DM'd you.
You DM'd? Okay, let me see. Would you prefer in the home or at the church with that background?
It's fine. I just wanted her the looking sad expression.
Alright, then we're gonna load and continue on. So we are on our third route now. Doing good. Up a bit late tonight, so I figured I can check in here. Usually I can't. Aw, well thank you. Say hi to YouTube. We're streaming on YouTube. Interact with the YouTube stream and you get a cookie. Okay, so we are gonna be making our way to the castle now.
Oh. And
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. As long as I don't have to say anything immediately.
You probably won't. It's gonna be me doing all of this for a while. Oh yeah, you have to change the grade to your outfit. So, you want to go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once they're beleaguered. Beleaguered? Yeah. Once they're beleaguered, put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princes they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. Yay, Soft! Thank you so much for interacting with the YouTube stream. You get a cookie! That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary? Wait, what? That's used as a...
Yeah.
As an adjective?
I don't see why not.
Alright. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meanderings. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you have brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. Royals can be temperamental after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. You are little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what, exactly, will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of acid reflux right now from the steak. I might be muting here and there.
No worries, I'm also eating, so...
Ooh, what you nomming on?
Girl chow.
Girl chow. There must also be a king and a queen inside the castle, you ponder. Who will be kind and wise? And what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. I mean, that went well with the hand washing... No, not hand. The wash maiden? Washwoman?
Washwoman.
Yeah. Yeah. And the fisherman that we also pictured.
Yeah.
Those didn't end up happening at all. The princess will be fair.
So surely there will be a princess here.
I mean, it is a toxic Yuri, so there better be a princess. The princess will be fair of hair,
it's gonna be a woman,
and blue of eye, with soft pink lips pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. She will be kind to you, and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You are only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with a cavalier wave of her hand, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Though royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need, this does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they are subject to the same caprices caprice that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There is no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there is no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is this hope which keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally, you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? 3 times now. The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. Shh. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. I'm noticing a similarity loop here with all of these.
Yeah.
You just change one of the subject words, and then it's like, yep, continue with the script. Castle is not all dark.
The script ends with you dying.
The script ends with me dying. The castle is not all dark, though, not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within in the narrow, slitted windows. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect as you stand there that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of king and queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Begone with you! You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one. Or rather, they were before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on inside the castle, but there is nobody outside its perimeter standing sentry. There is nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior are open just a crack.
Lights are on, but nobody's home.
It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There is nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You have come so very far. It would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on. Go. You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has at long last begun to fail you. And then you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthy and as secretive as a thief, then cross the path which leads up to a tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at a push of your palm. Hydrate! Stay hydrated. This is a threat. This is a reminder to hydrate.
Girl chow is finished.
Good.
Just in time for us to be somewhere.
Good. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at a push of your palm, it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should have all been alerted by that sound. It's an abandoned castle.
With the lights on. Surely nothing could go wrong.
Surely nothing.
Surely no vampire lives here.
Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend a night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You are thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder, where is everybody? Why, it is almost as if all the people in the world had disappeared. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There is no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Your entry to the castle secured, you then take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and with wild eyes you glance about. You are standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone which splits off into any number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there is a large, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that is the case, though, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in a timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. "Hello," you say, your eyes wide. "Is anybody there?" Your voice echoes through the vast empty hall, but it is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you are too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody's here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. It is time to get to work.
Of course, that's what motivates her.
It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use.
Princess!
Princess! Princess!
Princess!
Princess!
Princess!
Princess! Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of aeons past memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor.
Hi, boy!
Angus?
Hi, Angus!
Yangus!
Hi! Hi, sweetie boy!
And Angus has made his grand entrance.
Hi, sweetie boy! Hi! Oh, so cute.
This
Where do you
floor...
want to lay down? Don't mind me.
This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways until, at long last, you find a door which is ajar.
No, it's a door.
But it's ajar.
But it's a door.
When is the
You don't have
door
to
not a
force it.
door? When it is ajar.
Good one.
From between the crack in the door and the jam. The jam?
The jam.
Jam. From between the crack in the door and the jam, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Oh, are we getting another character? Could it be from a fireplace?
Hi, sweetie boy. Hi.
That would suggest, then, that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be awaiting you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away.
Yay. Vampire! 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 Wearing a ton of teeth. And also,
Uh-huh. Blonde.
I don't even have to change this so much. Like, I'm already wearing red and I am blonde.
Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She is so striking you cannot look away from her. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath the bonnet. The girl is adjusting a china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. But you are not afforded much more time to stand there marveling at the girl because she turns. She raises her head. Are you ready?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay. Alright.
1 second.
You got this.
Almost there.
You got this.
Okay. File, export.
I have made you big for the reveal.
Okay. Exporting. Fugu reactive. File. Where is she?
You can do this.
Here we go.
Dun 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 dun.
Okay.
Dun. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you, thank you. I did not get a good look at her before I started this. I was just like, I gotta do it fast.
Why can't I? There we go.
Thank you, thank you.
Alright, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's put you back to how you were. She raises her head. Then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when first you observed her, sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed examining her doll. Now she is looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty. She is beautiful, so much so it is breathtaking. That is the same line script from the other ones!
Yeah. She's like, oh my god, girls are so pretty. Every time I look at them, they're so pretty.
She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. Same line! She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Hey, actually, hold on. She stepped out of the pages of a picture book. Hey, remember that theory you had?
Yeah. Also said the same thing about the mermaid.
Uh-huh.
Being like uncannily beautiful. Which I think that is probably the same case with her, where she's not human. And
Right.
that's why she's so uncannily beautiful.
She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of a vision, a waking dream, a hallucination? But no, she is none of those things. The doll in her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who is holding it. She is so startlingly beautiful, she even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. I thought she would start speaking by now, my bad. Did you hurry?
Yeah, that's fine.
The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you?
Me too, though.
You are rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it is not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She has a fang! She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge.
Oh?
The girl says in a voice that, surprisingly enough, far less refined than her appearance.
I'm kind of tempted to go like Cali girl.
Do what you feel most comfortable with. Get into character how you feel comfortable.
It's good to see you. I've been waiting.
Has she? That is news to you.
I laughed so hard my headphones fell off.
You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you are unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside, then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large, there is quite a lot of space. Then takes your hands in her own.
You must
The girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement.
be my new lady maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone, not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I was so happy.
Puppy energy.
Yeah. Vampire.
Vampire puppy.
Vampire.
Vampire puppy girl.
Bite you, bite you, bite you, bite you, bite you.
The girl's good mood is contagious, so much so you find yourself being swept away in it. You are tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You have never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she is always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You are not a good enough actress, and, in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own.
Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all?
The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. You do not know her. She is still a stranger, but you are struck all of a sudden with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You are not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid, but if that is what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. For your discombobulation, you come from a distant country, and you have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are, and you do not know who she is.
What? You don't know who I am?
It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though that is no fault of her own. Why, you have spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself.
So you're a fugitive, then from another country? I see. I won't pry into your past then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am. Or at least they should.
Now, this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she is merely telling the truth.
If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and mother were the king of this realm, and I am its princess. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, the princess!
I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know how much about the outside world. But I know that other countries do exist out there. So your alibi tracks. I presume it's from one of these foreign countries that you come from. Are you from China? That's one of the ones I know. I don't know anything about it, I just know the name. It's very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity.
The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her, unthinkingly, that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess?
A princess?
Princess.
That's right. I'm a princess. And one day I'll be a queen. After I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet. But I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was.
So, she really is a princess.
Princess.
That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known, before you entered this chamber, that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness.
The way her hair is, it makes it look like bat wings.
I see
Her
it.
arm is in the way now. But yeah.
I see it.
Also, it is very clear that she's not had a maid and has been doing her own hair and is not doing a very good job.
An ugly red flush creeps up your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress as you look to your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address, that you are very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you.
Oh, it's alright. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't too, you know... You said you weren't from around here.
You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You're not from this world at all. Whoa, wait, what? Isekai?
Storybook world. Storybook world. Barbadic.
Oh, yeah.
I'm wording so good. How wonderful. I look forward to picking your brain later. And also biting your shoulders and neck. Sucking every drop of blood from your body. Oh my god. All of my servants come from the nearby village.
Are you okay?
They're all the same. And so are their superstitions. Her maid is late because all the villagers are dead.
Oh. Yeah, they died from the plague.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could do with a breath of fresh air. Her sprites are so cute.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I love that she has so many of them. Like, I was expecting them all to be like the mermaid who had like 3. And she's like, what if I did multiple poses?
I think the dev was like really interested in making her most.
Yeah, like, she does seem the most loved. My last lady maid told me I was too impetuous. But I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of an adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut in here for so long, I hardly ever get a chance to talk to other girls my age. And kiss other girls my age. Do you want to kiss?
Princess.
Oh, princess. My last lady's maid was older than me. And so was the one before her. And the one before her.
That's going through 3 ladies maids already.
Yeah, did you eat them?
Mm.
Or did you scare them away by being scary?
Maybe they got too old.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, maybe, if she's a vampire.
Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive.
But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while. Or any of the other servants, for that matter.
Plague.
Plague. Hey girl, I think you should go to the village and hang out with that gravekeeper.
Yeah, she can bury you instead!
And also, you should go hang out with the,
Mermaid? Yeah.
Yeah, you can be a thrall.
Yeah, you don't need to breathe!
In theory. But also, vampires don't do well with running water.
Oh yeah, that's true. They can't cross running water.
They've all disappeared.
Now, that is quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear?
They got the plague and went home. Died. That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers, and the plumber,
Yeah, the plumber.
and my gardener, and my contractor, and my dentist. Okay.
You good?
Yeah, I was just giggling at my own stupid joke. They're all gone now, though. And my gravekeeper. She was really cute. I haven't seen her in a while. Maybe she's in that village. Maybe I should go to the village and see her. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me.
Emily.
Yeah?
The cowherd.
Cowherd. And my cowherd. She always flirted with me. But I had a feeling she was cheating on me.
With 2 others.
Yeah. With a... She always smelled kind of fishy, too. But then again, they never explained anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl, even though I'm 472 years old. That's so tiring.
She said that her ministers sent her servants away? What of her parents, the king and queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle hierarchy?
They would, yes, if they were still alive. But they're not. They died a long time ago. 400 years ago, to be precise. I was raised for most of my life by my servants.
Oh.
They lived to the ripe old age of 99 each.
Normally lifespans back then didn't last that long.
No, but they're also royalty.
Oh, true. Oh.
Which actually, royals often lived shorter lives because they ate so much meat and drank so much wine.
And were poisoned.
Yeah.
Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known.
It's alright, you don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. Waiting for it. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners.
Are you waiting for the title to be listed?
Yeah.
You can imagine so, yes. You
This
know,
is just
any
like
doll.
in Castlevania, when Alucard is in the castle by himself and he makes dolls of his friends.
Aww. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back.
Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You have no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big. Without my servants, it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here.
Roll credit!
Roll credits.
I've been waiting for this.
Now, that is an interesting turn of phrase. Catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before?
Who's to say?
You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew in that curiously conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. Hydrate.
I just took a sip. I'm gonna count that.
Good job.
It was like 2 seconds before the hydrate, so I'm like, you know what? It's fine.
That's all that matters. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined.
Oh, but listen to me yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. Unless you want to listen to me yammer, in which case I can keep doing that. There it is again. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? These are all written by the same person. They are fictional characters who are not real. It's like when someone uses like filler words like and
Mm-hmm.
Dear one is like a similar thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the writer's signature.
Mm-hmm.
All of them say dear one.
Dear.
And it is the narrator saying dear one because these people are real. Yes.
The princess announces before you can say anything in reply.
I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here. And I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all.
The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for.
This is the powder room, and this is the sitting room, and this is the washing room, and this is the room, and this is the living room, and this is the dining room, and this is the kitchen. I don't go in there very often.
She does.
This is the bathroom, and this is the restroom, and this is the water closet.
Are you good?
Anyway, go on.
Are you good? Is it all your system?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, whereat she offers you some victuals. Once the growling in her belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives, at long last, before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There is a malodorous scent, too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Though if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room in her abode.
Now here we are, the final stop on our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking.
Dear.
Dear.
The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she's afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she is awfully eager to please. This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it is more than passable. It has a roof and 4 walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warmer once you have slept beneath the bed sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatory, but neither is it so large. But it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. There is only one bed in this room, and this bed is to belong to you. You think that
there's only one bed? Guess we'll have to share.
You think that the peace and the quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles.
That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof. It's a teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there. They're all close together. There's barely any room to pass between them. I should really invest in them a little bit more than that, don't you think? I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there. Not that I'm supposed to be up there. Because I'm not supposed to be up there because then I'd know how bad they have it, and I'd want them to have something better. And I'm not supposed to do that because I'm a princess. But like, fuck that. I think they should have something better. It was a rainy day and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. I also can't go outside when it's sunny. If the housekeeper had known I'd been skulking around, I don't think she would have been pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up here anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I don't know what a scullery is. Hey Google, what's a scullery?
I think that's like cleaning.
Maybe, let me... Scullery meaning. A small kitchen or room at the back of the house used for washing dishes and other dirty household work. So like dishwashers and kitchen cooks.
Okay.
I couldn't put you up there though, in the attic with all those empty beds. I don't think that'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now it's getting late. You have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad... I almost said bad rabbit. It's a bad habit. One that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeeper's warned me enough times.
You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You were always scolded too, back in the conservatory, for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself.
I'm glad you understand.
The princess answers with a giggle.
I really should be off though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk tomorrow. If you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it, at least. She's a yapper.
She's a yapper, indeed. She's a vampire puppy girl yapper.
I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All my old maids did.
The princess departs, and in her absence you take a seat upon the bed, your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You are indoors, inside a castle no less, and you have been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense, I mean, but things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you and change into the night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you are too tired to care about that. You are too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. And, lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You are so very tired, your sleep is a deep, dark one, darker, even, than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though, in this case, I rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they are not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a Finakistoscope were not conjured from within your mind. They were instead taken from your memories. You are not merely dreaming, you are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled, too, to find a seat once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. Yep.
Yep.
Never asked for these favors, mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies, too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatory, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then, come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps, and the pinches. Once, during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and, before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. Oi!
Ooh.
This happened quite some time ago, when you were an even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. I bet!
Yeah, getting stabbed is pretty uncool.
Yeah! The scissors were sharp, and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam, all over your embroidery. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as whey, and she looked for a few moments as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the gills of your persecutors hurt all the more. They were never punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time, on its own, though it still left a scar, a white raised thing like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron, but it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But this seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. You feel disoriented when you awake at long last with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams are particularly pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. You were lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where, exactly, are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatory, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods trying to escape from... Oh, you shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though, because you are still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have a lot of your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment, 2 garments actually, of black and white, folded into a neat white square. What could that be? A maid's outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them here? Put them there? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You are not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You are no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. Hi Reaper, welcome on in. Lizard.
Murmur. Murmur. Hey,
Oh.
this just woke up from his nap. Are you cozy back there?
Okay, hold on the lizard for just a second, Reaper. I'm going to close out the Twitch integrated throwing system and relaunch it again.
Hi, sweetie boy. Do you have a good nap?
It did this earlier as well. But welcome to the finale, the final day of the Gauntlet.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, Okay, now we can lizard.
Lizard.
There we go.
Lizard.
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 Oh, hi, boy. What is it?
Lizard.
Lizard. Also say hi to YouTube. We are also streaming on YouTube. You know the deal. Assured of your newfound identity, you retrieve from your chamber, then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many, many rooms and many, many hallways to connect them, and for a brief while you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. I saw your live when I was on YouTube on TV. Ah, cute! Well, thank you. You're beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, then find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, it is here. You rap upon the door, but receive nothing in the way of a response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder briefly whether you oughtn't wait until she has risen of her own accord. But no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought, instead, to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the waned morning's light. You can see, now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view, how very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She is attired...
Grandiose?
Grandiose.
Is it not grandiose?
I'm used to the French, I'm sorry. I'm used to the French. Grandiose. Than her title would suggest. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across her pillow like spilt gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was cosseting last night. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It is time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber.
Hold on, I guess someone's out.
Okay.
You're the one who closed the door, you sneaky man.
Lizard.
Go and get.
Lizard.
Okay. I'm back.
Welcome back. You perch your lips too and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs and turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest.
Just give me a little longer.
The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you have learnt anything from the conservatory, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of Emily, that's your cue.
Oh. I wasn't prepared for it.
Save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of... Is that one must be cruel to be kind. We have fish. We have lizards.
I thought we were done with this.
This is the last route. No, we're not done. One per route.
Just go the way backwards.
Oh yeah, there is probably that, huh?
Yeah, we have to do all three of them, and then there's gonna be the real ending.
You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatory, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon a princess. You tell her, once again, to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour.
Oh.
Defeated, the princess sighs.
Alright. I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. I'm up. You don't need to nag me.
Once you have roused the princess from her bed, and you have put her doll to one side, you set upon her Is that supposed to be toilet?
Toilet?
Toilet? Bedchamber?
Hold on, I'm gonna Google this. Lots of words I don't know.
That's probably like a chamber pot, right? I'm gonna assume.
No, it's
No?
it's like to wash yourself, so.
Oh, okay. Like a wash basin.
Also, the example sentence is, Emily got up to begin her morning toilet.
Beautiful.
Oh, toilet?
Toilette?
That's what Google's telling me.
You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder, as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess.
Are you alright, dear one?
Brings you back to your senses. You were rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought that you had learnt your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you finished with the princess's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that all right? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs.
Yes, that's alright. That's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it.
She might not be squeamish about it, but you are!
Look at my boobs.
You have never seen a naked woman before accepting yourself. Even then, however, you have always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. You have never much liked the way that you look. Real. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily.
It's alright. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all our clothes. I doubt we'll look much different.
You are not sure about that. You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know, to look at her face, that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are. But she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands, and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing. Hydrate. Chat, this is your reminder to hydrate. You're watching this video, hydrate. Take a little sippy of water. Do it for me, please. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She is not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder to the windowsill and the sky beyond it.
It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one?
You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible so you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart.
Okay.
Fortunately, you were able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishap, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown, her motions, once again, as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search worriedly, for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily, as you search, the princess standing there all the while as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her day dress before you stripped of her night one? What a fool you are! The princess, noting your panic, giggles and then says,
I forgot it was me for a second. Are you looking for my dress?
Yes.
She's so a person that's not me in my head.
Yes, you reply, your face flush. That is what you were doing.
I thought so. I did wonder before you started undressing me why you'd not asked where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind.
It has slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it.
My dress is in my armoire.
The princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. That armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses.
I'd like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Could you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it's rather cold in here, especially while I'm still naked.
She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess to make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It is just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing, once again, the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She's easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you have ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe.
Oh, the disaster gay energy of this protagonist. Ah, that's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. I'd stay in my pajamas all day.
Mood. Accurate. I might be in my pajamas.
I also am.
Okay, well, technically, I'm in pajama shorts and, crop top.
Wait, did you sleep in the Cami?
Yeah.
Then it's pajamas.
Okay. Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing. Really, nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. And in any case, being complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing.
Aw, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I? You've been so helpful. Be rude not to. And anyway, I think you're very pretty too.
Ah!
That's
Oh
why I
my!
picked that dress for you.
Oh my. Your face
You think I
flushes.
just gave you the maid dress because you're supposed to wear it? No, I wanted to see you in that.
Your face flushes from this, more deeply than ever before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really. Well, with all of this excessive blushing, that the princess does not seem to possess any vampire
Are you sure?
seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies.
Are you sure? I actually can you go back so I can screenshot that? Girl, are you sure?
You good?
Hold on, I'm sending it to someone.
Is it Fez?
No, Fed is a camping trip.
Oh,
I missed him. I'll send you the whole message I sent though.
girl, are you sure?
She's wearing a red dress with teeth on it. Are you sure?
You are making yourself quite the easy target.
Yeah, but she likes playing with her food. Now,
The princess declares.
why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day. I got so very bored of being cooped up inside.
You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in mind of a crypt. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look, in stark mid-daylight, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree, like a coffin. Like a coffin.
Like a coffin, you say? Like a coffin.
Like a
You
coffin.
know something about a coffin.
Ah.
Because you're dead in one in the other timeline.
The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She, instead, looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses.
Oh, how very pretty. Do you not think they are gorgeous, dear one?
The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose.
That sounded very princess-like of her.
Oh! They make for a fine spectacle. In fact, a welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are a rich, bright red, just like blood. Their heads so full they seem to almost droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty, in a sense. But there is something unsettling about them too. Something that is almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red?
You know what the best fertilizer for roses is?
Corpses?
Blood.
Yep. Iron.
They love that shit.
That's how they become red. What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers which are struggling to grow within this garden? It is a fanciful thought, but...
Oh, they are simply divine. Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers.
My favorite flower is a
You'll
tsubaki.
never guess.
I mean, there is a visual representation right above my head here.
Who would have guessed? Certainly not I. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. I could use a bit of color.
The princess reaches out so as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place amongst its brethren. Now she's gonna prick herself. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she is not. Who did you think she was? You? Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served if you worried more about yourself. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then, the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown.
Now let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me.
The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head.
She loves me not.
The princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. These petals flutter
Girl,
about the
you've
Go ahead.
Girl, you've known her for a day.
These petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pianola? Pianola?
Pianola.
Pianola? What's a pianola?
I assume. I don't know.
Can you look it up?
Kind of piano. Okay. Google. Yugle. Pianola. It's an automatic piano that plays itself.
Oh, okay.
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not.
The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares,
She loves me. I knew it.
You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she has been reciting is one that you were familiar with. The girls at the conservatory also used to engage in this little game, the younger ones, at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might participate in this game yourself when you were a child, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though... princess... Oh, well. That is a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle.
Oh, dear one, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you.
Naturally.
Naturally.
She says so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much, and, indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she has ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatory, but it is different with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you are already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger.
Oh my.
The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles as, smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand.
That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea.
You look at the princess curiously. What idea?
You can't tell?
You cannot even begin to guess.
I just thought all this watching must be boring you.
The princess says, tossing the roses strip stem carelessly to the ground.
You should give it a try. Please do it. It'll be fun.
The princess retrieves a second rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you.
I want to see what fate has in store for you too.
You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game will be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. Well, here's the blood. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but...
Oh no!
You are clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there is more to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too, a fact you are now being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your fingers and you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your finger is stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid?
You poor dear, you're bleeding.
The princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns.
This is all my fault. If I had not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please let me take care of you.
And how is she going to do that?
Baby girl, I'll take care of you.
Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket with which she might staunch your wound?
Finger in her mouth, calling it now.
Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones? How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It simply is not done. That is what you always thought, but...
Please hold still. This might sting a little bit.
This princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she, instead, encloses her white, slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she was handling a precious object, she raises your hand, her eyes affixed all the while on the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip.
Yes!
Then she dips her head. She
I
parts...
love this shit.
You want to take a screenshot of this?
Not particularly, it's just...
Okay.
I like this particular trope.
Okay. She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh which borders on the sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but it feels intimate regardless. Almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the
Also,
warmth.
look at her fingernails.
Oh, the accent nail?
She's got black, not colored one, red.
Oh. Yeah, I see that too. I thought it was just black and red. I didn't see the nude one. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she is doing.
Oh?
The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger.
Oh, hold on. Oh?
The princess
Did I tell you I'm trying to stop deleting?
Oh, I see what you did there. Yes, you gathered as much, but...
Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? Rat's pretty eyelashes.
Is not, you say, that she is making you uncomfortable, per se. But this is rather awkward. You did not expect it, that is all. And is she not worried that this is unhygienic?
Unhygienic?
The princess blinks. She is the very picture of innocence, which is funny, really, given your fingers are still nestled. Which is funny, really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue.
I don't know what you mean by that exactly. But I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do it for me all the time. For me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do.
And, you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older?
Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I have my ladies' maids look after me then.
How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this?
No.
The princess says, smiling mischievously.
Because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself silly.
Now that was quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible, though this might perhaps be to your benefit. With some luck, all of your blood will flow to your face rather than to your finger, and your bleeding will stop.
That reminds me
What?
of a meme I saw. I probably can't say this for YouTube, but I'll DM it to you.
Okay. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There shouldn't be no need for the princess to keep on suckling, but she still is. You are not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you are sure she would not be so very familiar.
But she'd be doing it even harder. That's why
You
she's
feel
doing it.
quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings, though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. Days pass, following your misadventures in the rose garden, in a relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you've once felt as you fled for your life. There is no running to be had while you are working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and, in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you The shadows which once tormented you have, at long last, begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatory. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused, not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You have become quite besotted with her, but you are yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night she chooses to make them known to you. You are in the princess's chambers later, perhaps, than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there is little save the light of the moon to alleviate it, that and the fire which crackles in the grate. You have only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess, who is lying in her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause.
Wait, dear one. Do not go. Not just yet.
Perplexed, you
Come
pause,
cuddle with me.
then look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Is she alright?
Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, which make me feel a little out of sorts.
And what, you ask, does she mean by that?
Only that it's very cold and very dark. And it's very windy. Besides, I'm afraid there will be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier, and when we went out for our walk.
The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you had promenaded about the gardens earlier, was grey and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone, and it is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. Do not like to think of how much chillier by comparison it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace.
It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable.
You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be alright, all alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? You know it's silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be alright? There is nobody in the castle to hurt her. But still, you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased, perhaps, that you are taking the initiative.
I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time, when it is so very late. But would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me? Provided that you can, of course.
Hydrate.
It's like, shit, I don't know if you're literate. Are you literate?
I mean, she assumes our main character to be a fugitive from another country.
Yeah.
I'm sipping my iced coffee too. 1 sec. Ah, iced coffee, so good. Homemade iced coffee.
Nice.
This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course you could read. You were a poor student in many aspects at the conservatory, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you have ever been any good at.
Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. Hee hee.
The princess's high praise makes you flush. Awkwardly, you look away.
Touch a rose without hurting yourself?
Being able to read, you reassure her, is not such a great feat.
Perhaps it isn't, where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like.
This piques
Pulls
your
out a book
interest.
she likes, and it's just straight.
Oi.
It's like super raunchy.
Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes.
She's like, I like yuri manga. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here.
The princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table, as thick as a mortuary slab.
The book is old though, and the bindings are weak, the pages brittle, the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with the book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading to me? For just a brief while? Please, dear one, oh please.
The princess's request seems a simple one expressed sweetly, so much so you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. Then you retrieve the leather-bound book which is resting upon her bedside table and spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel, in the heft of the book's manifold pages, the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides.
At least 3.
At least 3?
At least 3.
100?
Maybe.
Is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess a tale of courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase embossed on the pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs as though this tale has touched her very soul.
Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me,
She says somberly.
or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point,
Sorry.
at this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid.
You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says,
And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety?
Well, of course, you reply. But for a princess to marry a scullery maid?
You're still hung up about that?
The princess titters.
Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself. As if anything like that would ever happen. When there is no priest around who would officiate it.
You think there are greater issues with the princess's plans than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. I gotta adjust my glasses again. They're digging into my ear.
Stop that.
I can't. My glasses are not headphone friendly. You cannot help but feel like you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, you do not feel a touch disappointed. Do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind.
That was a nice story,
The princess says.
but I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more?
You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber.
I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one more story to me? Just one. You can choose a short one. I won't complain.
You have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she is a princess, though that is, of course, a part of it, but because she is, well,
Got you wrapped around her little finger?
radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this age compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut out your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last, impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One-bedroom stories soon becomes 5, and even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it, her only request that of more. If she were less calmly?
I guess.
Perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess is very calmly. I don't want to say it the other way.
Calmly?
That one. However, and so when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications.
I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big empty bed, so...
Stay in character. Stay in character.
He's so cute. Clearly this has been the plan from the beginning.
Yep.
But you've got to pretend it isn't. I know.
The princess's eyes light up the night sky in a thunderstorm.
Why don't you sleep with me?
You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly, you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her to repeat herself.
Didn't you hear me?
The princess giggles.
Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me?
If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it is easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She is waiting.
Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be?
The princess's lower lip begins to tremble.
Pouting. You don't want to lie with me after all?
The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her, in no uncertain terms, that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you?
Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me, come.
And that is what you do, after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She is already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return, as though you were a knight-errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer.
Let me fix that for you, silly.
Oh no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I am but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her?
Maybe so.
The princess says.
But I don't mind a bit of a role reversal. It makes things more fun.
You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them.
I'm a switch, don't you know?
Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them, so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her.
Now come in. Must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm.
Coyly, the princess smiles.
And so am I.
You feel warm yourself as you slide into the bed beside the princess.
I would love... I can't wait to find out how this goes horribly wrong.
Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle's grounds. All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she is having on you?
I think she does.
Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind?
There.
The princess exclaims once your body is lying beside hers.
That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one?
You swallow and, with a shaky voice, you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You are quite cozy indeed.
Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but...
The princess reaches out, then takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain.
When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe. So I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you, I promise.
You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her, as a domestic?
In a way.
The princess replies, after a pause.
But you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of the job description.
You were unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this, sleepily, and she laughs.
You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it.
Except the last time that we fell asleep, we kind of got buried alive.
Yeah, the last time we fell asleep, we woke up dead.
Well, no, we didn't wake up dead. We woke up in a coffin. Yeah. Still alive, screaming. Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You've been working hard for a long time. You've been running for even longer. But now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop, your body beleaguered by a sudden, all-consuming fatigue. And in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets about you and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all the ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and, yes, you even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. You know that something is wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that, when you fell asleep, it was in a bed, a nice warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You are not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not, in fact, lying at all. What? You are standing, instead, against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through your fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You are trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is a thing now of the past. You are standing, instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you are going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in the simple black and white outfits of servants which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. You cannot approach
We
these.
know what happened to the servants.
We know what happened to the servants. All those empty beds. Question is why? Why? What is this reason?
We'll get there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Not one that makes sense.
You cannot approach
Rat
these servants
movie.
to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained. But even if you could, there would be no point. There is no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there, you see a woman slumped in front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There is a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped in some sort of burgundy goop which might once have been pale pink. There is another woman slumped beside the first of a smaller stature. She is skinnier. Maybe she is not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age, or lack of, did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors. Alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with even more wheals, and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, in the ruined remains of what once was her skull. Over there you see a woman who is missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there you see another who is missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you, should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart, this too glacial. It is obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrist more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, performing a set of action over and over again, hoping for a different response. This is fact. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now, that is an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No? Evidently not. You are still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You are making enough noise to raise the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look, now, she has come all this way, into the dark depths of the castle's cold, inhospitable dungeon, to see you. Is that not kind of her?
Oh, dear one.
The princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, lilting steps.
It would seem like you have finally awoken. How are you? Based on all the infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy.
Balefully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She is standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit, to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that, for a few moments, it hurts you to look at her. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now, it makes you think of violence.
You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you by your side until you woke, but...
Once again, the princess giggles, a light, airy giggle which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself.
A dungeon is not a fit place after all for a princess. It's horribly cold here, and so very drab. And there is nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. But then they would have gotten dirty, and that would be a disaster.
Oh no! Clang, clang, clang.
I need to be careful. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you.
Why are you dispatching of me? What have I done?
Too cute.
Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. Hi, Kopo! Welcome on in! Say hi to YouTube! Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you?
Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already. After waking up in a dungeon, silly.
Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you could, you would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You are completely powerless. Oh.
Oh, hell yeah.
The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best you can. But, though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this?
You're such a good girl.
The princess says in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat.
You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled.
Why, then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up. There's nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead.
Why, yes. How very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this naturally.
Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you?
Oh, only that I've done what I've done to all of my other servants. I've experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you.
And by take good care of, she means...
Naturally, I'll kill you.
There it is again, that word, which seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Naturally. There's nothing natural about this.
Do you not think so?
The princess examines you, her expression ponderous.
It's natural for me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right.
Hydrate. Holy crap, this YouTube stream has reached 5 hours.
Ugh. Tired. That explains why I'm so exhausted.
Yeah, and I've been streaming on Twitch for 8 hours.
Hold on, I gotta let Angus in.
Okay, it is 4 minutes to midnight as well.
Ugh.
Holy. Yeah, this is definitely gonna be the last of the finale stream. I don't think we can do a dog walk.
Ugh. Oh, this game is full of yanderes. I love that for me.
Ready?
Anyway, I'm ready to go, yeah.
Imprisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die?
Yes, exactly. There's a bit more to it than that, though.
Oh, of course there is.
I like you, dear one.
The princess says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious.
You've been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that, I will be eternally appreciative.
So I guess she's not a vampire?
Maybe not. We'll see. We still haven't quite got there.
She could be a cannibal.
Angus, I need you to, like, be chill. Can you be chill for a second? Can you be chill? Oh, he's stinky. You've been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see. Please don't bite me, Angus.
Excuse me,
Angus,
princess. Who's gonna read you those stories?
Angus, mommy's busy killing a girl. Mommy's busy. Don't bite me.
The princess's smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you have never before witnessed.
And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me.
Oh.
Girl, do you not know what sex is?
Well. Of all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle, a giggle even lighter than merengue, and just as airy. Merengue. It is just as inoffensive.
I can see that you don't understand, dear one. But you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too.
Wanly, the princess sighs, a beleaguered woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses.
And the one before that, and the one before that one, and the one before that. Angus, out of the way, out of the way, out of the way, out of the way. No biting! I thought that you, at least, might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say. At least when she still had the breath to speak, of course.
You look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes affixed to her face. She is still smiling, but there is something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps in your anxious state, you were only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile.
Yes.
It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer.
It's simple, really. Like I said, you were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here?
The question had crossed your mind, yes? You are sure that the princess said her ministers sent them away, though? Was that a lie?
I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened. I didn't want that.
So there wasn't a plague?
Well, there was a plague in the other place.
There was.
I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them too.
Is that the one without the legs?
Probably.
Did she now? I suppose you ought not be surprised, but you still shudder regardless.
My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died.
The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses.
So I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fussy old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers.
And your plumber.
And my plumber.
Yeah.
And my gardener. Anyway. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them.
Cannibal! I called it! She's not a vampire, she's a cannibal.
Buried in the water, buried in the earth, buried in the princess.
Yeah, buried in the belly.
Does that follow?
Not logically, no. Why? You asked the princess, your voice trembling. Would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness.
Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude. Unless you have any better ideas.
You weren't expecting the princess to turn tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded, you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. The princess listens to your arguments. Her expression is like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you are finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she is laughing.
Oh, dear one, that's very funny. But why should I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day I'll be queen. I am the law.
That is a good point, but would eating people not turn her subjects against her?
What subjects? I'm no fool, you know, no matter how I might act. And I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague.
Ah, okay, so the plague did happen. Oh.
Yeah.
The Supreme Loot God, thank you for the follow, Yokoso. What a name! Damn! Welcome! As long as you're 18 and up, you are welcome to stay here. I'm gonna assume that you're 18 and up, but just in case, here's a little warning. Say hi to YouTube. We are also streaming on YouTube. Interact with the YouTube stream, and you get a cookie.
They're here for the Yuri.
They're here for the Yuri. Will you reread that line, please?
I know all about the plague.
You're over 30. Thank you for confirming you are over 18. Welcome.
Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess, and nothing but name only. A monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's woefully lonely.
If she feels so lonely... If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense.
Perhaps not to you, but I'm crazy.
Gently, the princess caresses your cheek.
But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts.
Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask with your weary throat, which is sore from shouting. Why?
Why, you ask?
The princess blinks.
It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later. Whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconsistent, even to me, a monarch. That is why I decide to eat my servants. I have no choice, you see. It has the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so to consume their flesh and blood.
You okay there?
Yeah, I giggled. They should be grateful. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you.
Now get in my belly.
And naturally, I love you too.
Aww.
This would be really cute if you weren't chaining me.
If you weren't boring. Why the board?
You've been awfully nice to me. And you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intensely as this. But you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together forever and ever. That's why she loved that they lived forever.
Yeah.
Forever after.
Yeah.
Happily ever after. That's the one.
The princess leans
Foreverly ever after.
The princess leans in. You can feel her soft, silken hair brushing against your cheeks. Can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it goes against your skin. It's cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is, perverse though it might sound, something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet.
I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really...
The princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see, in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, in the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity.
It gets so lonely here.
Roll credit.
Roll credits while I eat you.
But this brief flicker of understanding which passes between the pair of you is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princesses could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. Oh, well, I guess vampire after all.
Well,
Nibble, nibble.
I think she's like taking a whole bite.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This definitely cannibal.
Yeah.
Definitely cannibal.
The vampire coating is definitely there, but she goes a little bit further.
Yeah. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood.
Oh, well, maybe.
She is supping on it in great, greedy goblets like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant it borders upon the monstrous. It is a love you never thought that you would ever experience. This love of the princesses eclipses anything you have ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had the right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You have always possessed a stubborn core nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanely sharp, glint wickedly like knives.
A vampire.
Then she tears
Definitely
out
vampire.
your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it is red. There is so much blood. You can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It is so potent, you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you, what with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it is on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Alright, bad end! What? Really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon than being left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if that is what you want, then so be it. I do not mind indulging you. That is what I've always done, after all, from the moment we first met. I have dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, when even if your life's blood has mingled with that of the princesses. I am not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Bad end! Woo! Okay.
That is relative.
Vorend!
Like, if I got to choose how I die, that's like pretty high up on the list.
Alright, here comes the fight. That is a good answer. I must admit, I like it. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you were deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You are destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Your fate is, once again, in your hands.
Alright,
Now,
let's see if my
I
prediction is right.
wonder, which path will you take? Oh, there's only 6? I can't go any... Oh.
Because, well, there's one choice.
Yeah. We're going in this one.
You'll probably overwrite the first one, yeah.
Yep. Alright, here we go. So, you've come back here, have you? That does not come as much of a surprise. Though presented with 3 potential paths, it is not as though traversing any of them would have any particular impact upon your ultimate fate. In the end, you were always destined to return here. Did you really think you had a choice? How hopelessly naive of you. I thought you were smarter than that. Your breath, which once escaped your lips as sharp, ragged gas, is now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated as though they have been punctured. Your blood is rushing through your temples in a heady, overwhelming surge. Your stomach, meanwhile, has twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy, your legs in particular. They no longer wish to obey you. Excuse me. You take a stumbling step forwards and your foot gets caught in a tree root. You are certain that you passed this route once already, and that you sidestepped it. But perhaps your memory is beginning to fail you, just like the rest of your body. You gasped, surprised, and pitched forwards, dull and senseless like a sack of full of potatoes. Potato! Your arm hits the ground with a crack, one which makes you cry out in pain. Tears begin to bead on your eyes, wet and salty, tears which you cannot stay me. You are not as resilient as the gravedigger, nor as carefree as the princess. If you lived underwater like the mermaid, then nobody at the very least would be able to tell that you were crying. But you do not, and I can. Believe me, I can. Your arm aches dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You would try to stand, had you the energy, but you know, as you sit there dazed, that this would be a futile effort. You cannot stand, not any longer. It hurts too much. You really have been through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I have not been very kind to you, but you ought to be accustomed to hardship. Why, then, are you crying? You always have been a crybaby. That is why they teased you so much. It is because they knew they would be guaranteed a reaction. So real. You are very predictable. Even now, after you tried to borrow my power for your own purposes, you have not changed at all. As you sit there, sobbing, you hear, or you think you can hear, footsteps approaching you. There, to your right, is the snapping of a twig. To your left, the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed to a knife's point by anxiety. You are so panicked, you feel as though you are going to be sick. If you want to vomit, then why not? There is no shame in it. There is nobody here to judge you. Nobody but me. I have always been here, you know. I will always be here, no matter how fast you try to run or how far. Did you really think you could escape me? Poor sweet child. Poor little fool. I did tell you, did I not? A contract with a witch is binding. No amount of physical distance between the both of us could ever sever it. Okay, so your prediction of a demon is actually a witch.
Close enough.
Yeah. I told you I would never let you be lonely, and I meant it. But I have had rather enough of these little games. It is time for me to collect my collateral. Oh!
Oh, hello. Hi.
Oh! A soft gasp escapes your throat as you feel arms wind their way about your back. Naturally, you know whose arms they are. They are mine. I have been watching you all night, but this is the first time I have reached out to you in so direct a manner. Did you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering in your chest. It is beating very quickly, like a startled rabbit's. Your breaths are short and sharp. It is a cold night, and though I am holding you, you are still shaking. I wish you would not tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown, but we are not strangers. We have spoken before, have we not? When you first called me forth from the ether, using that book you found in the library. You were desperate enough then to turn to the occult for help. You pleaded with me to use my magic for your behalf. You begged me. You implored and you entreated and you wheedled and you whined, and though I had some reservation, you forced my hand. I had no choice, not in the face of your desperation. You did not want to be lonely anymore. You wanted to have a friend, somebody who would always be there for you, no matter what. You wanted somebody to love you. Is that not what you demanded of me? Is that not what I have given you? You might think me wicked, but I think you are being awfully cruel yourself to run from me after I made all of your wishes come true. I did think, you know, about punishing you for running away from me. I thought of poking out your eyes so that you might never see anybody other than me. I thought of cutting off your long, lovely hair so that nobody might ever think you beautiful but me. I thought of breaking your legs so that you might never be able to escape from me. I turned all these intriguing ideas over in my mind, but I am a merciful witch. Though you hurt me, I did not wish to hurt you. You asked, after all, that I love you, and that is what I did. I have drowned you in my love. I have buried you beneath my love. I have swallowed you with my love. You have always been a sad, lonely girl, one who has been starved of affection. Nobody has ever cared for you. Your life has been barren, a barren, empty wasteland, one devoid of any fonder feelings. That is why I had to drown you, you see. That is why I had to bury you. It is why I had to swallow you. In the end, I was doing you a favor. I was doing it all for you. In that sense, you were very lucky. Do you know that? There are a few people in the world who have had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite this many times in one night. There are a few people in the world who can claim to have been loved by a witch. You have experienced so much love, it ought to... Hydrate! Breaking character here to hydrate. I hope I'm not sounding too creepy. I'm trying to keep in character.
No, you're good.
Okay. You have experienced so much love, it ought to have slaked even your unquenchable thirst. You know now what it feels like to be adored. I have more than upheld my end as a bargain. Now, I think it is time that you do the same. From this night forth, you and I will always be together. Then, I shall be able to love you endlessly. You will never be lonely again. Yay, we did it! Finally! Patch, 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 patch.
I mean, she seems like the least unhinged.
She was the one that caused all of that, like you had said.
Yeah, she definitely did, yeah.
Yeah!
But
Oh,
like
let's
that,
look at the
I
extras
remember.
now that we have everything.
Extras.
Oh, gallery?
Gallery.
Oh.
Oh, she never had like an actual sprite. She was like a CG.
Okay.
wait.
Cute. You want that one?
Love that one.
Yeah.
I do really like that one. We're missing one.
We're missing one.
I bet if we say to play the game again, she'll be like, "Oh, hello."
There is the music. Oh, okay. Oh, this one seems nice. Hello everyone, this is Abby. Thank you for taking the time to read It Gets So Lonely Here. I hope it was an enjoyable experience. I usually leave a few notes in my VNs to explain what inspired me, so I guess I'll do that now. The biggest inspiration behind It Gets So Lonely Here was the two-part novel series The Orphan's Tales by Catherine Valente. The Orphan's Tales are an interesting couple of novels which take a lot of cues from fairy tales and folklore across the world. These stories contain dragons.
Really long.
I'm gonna try to be fast. I'm gonna try to be fast.
Okay.
The Orphan's Tales are an interesting couple of novels which take a lot of cues from fairy tales and folklore across the world. These stories contain dragons, witches, werewolves, genies, and mermaids, but they aren't told in a linear fashion. The Orphan's Tales itself is pulling it a lot in terms of structure from 1001 Nights because the story is broken up into a lot of smaller bite-sized stories which are set in a framing narrative. These bite-sized stories seem unrelated at first, but they eventually converge by the end of the second novel, and it is revealed that the framing narrative itself is steeped in as much magic as the stories the narrator, well, there are numerous narrators, were spinning. It is a very interesting series which is told in a very non-conventional manner, with a lot of stories running into other stories, seemingly jumping between stories, and side characters from previous tales offering their perspective and assuming narrative roles in future tales. The narrative can be a bit difficult to keep track of, in the beginning because it hops around a lot between a lot of different characters who are all embarking upon fantastical adventures of their own, but seeing all these seemingly disparate threads merge was very satisfying. I've honestly not read a book like it before. It took a lot of well-known fairy tales and some lesser-known fairy tales and did something unique with them. It's all very avant-garde. In any case, I liked the orphan's tales enough that I wanted to write something similar. I thought it would be fun to craft a story of my own comprised of multiple different fairy tales all wrapped up in a framing narrative. I turned this idea over in my head for about 2 or 3 years, but didn't have any concrete ideas, so I wound up shelving it. It wasn't until 2023, Yandere Game Jam, that I decided to revisit this idea. I was doing a bit of brainstorming, jotting down random concepts for a story which could work, and decided I wanted to write a yandere story with a fairy tale vibe. I had a few disparate ideas, but nothing which felt substantial enough to carry a whole narrative. I was also torn between writing a princess's story or the gravedigger story as standalone narratives. I liked both of them conceptually, but they seemed a bit too simple. Then it struck me, why not combine these two ideas like Catherine Valente did in The Orphan's Tales and build a narrative around them? I thought this would be a fun project to work on, and it would be especially suitable for the visual novel medium. The Orphan's Tales is a novel, so the reader doesn't have any say in what fairy tales they visit as they read through the text. Well, unless said reader decides to flip about random pages, like a fighting fantasy novel, which maybe wouldn't be a bad way to experience a book, which was written in a deliberate, disjointed way. So the reader gets pulled through a lot of seemingly unrelated stories at random until things start to come together. Visual novels are known for having roots. However, even the most generic bishoujo gaze, people expect multiple stories when reading VNs, and it's a fairly common phenomenon for characters to get spotlighted in their own route, but be sidelined, or in extreme cases disappear from the narrative altogether, in other characters' routes. By writing this fairy tale pastiche as a visual novel, I figured it would feel more natural to section these short stories I had into their own self-contained routes, which only converge once you read all of them. That's why we only had one choice. I was pretty excited about this idea, but I only had 2 stories to hand. The princess's story and the gravedigger story. I thought having only 2 routes would feel rather meager, so I decided a third route, or a third story, into the mix, that of the mermaids. The gravedigger story and the princess's story were both pulled from ideas I've been turning over for a while already. I might revisit the princess's story at some point and make a longer Yuri VN with a similar premise. Someday, haha. But the mermaid story was one I thought up mostly to make up numbers for this project. As such, I think the mermaid story feels a little less inspired than the gravediggers and the princesses, and it also features the least dialogue between the main character and her so-called love interest. This is true. I think the mermaid's route is the weakest story, narratively speaking, but I do like the aesthetics of her story a lot. I think her character design is very pretty, and I think she wound up with the most appealing character theme song. Plus, since I'd committed to the fairy tale theme, I really did want to write a love interest who wasn't a human. I thought it'd be a bit boring to have a fairy tale themed VN when all 3 routes deal with human girls, so the mermaid's existence brings a bit more magic into the story. I designed these 3 characters' routes to be relatively short on purpose, firstly because this VN was created for a game jam and I didn't want to overburden myself with writing 3 long complex routes in a month, and secondly because I wanted the story to feel vague, unfixed, and ethereal. It was this desire which resulted in the main character not having any direct dialogue, the details of her past being so sparse and fragmented, and it's also why none of the characters have names. I wanted the characters to feel more like fairy tale archetypes rather than, well, characters, which is why they get referred to by their roles in the story as opposed to names. The princess remains the princess, the mermaid is the mermaid, the gravedigger is... Well, gravediggers aren't a common character archetype in fairy tale at all, are they? At least I don't think I've encountered any who had prominent roles, haha. I guess she's a bit of outlier than her character, and her design were mostly inspired by Grey from Lord Elmelioy's Case Files. LOL. But she's cute, so it's okay, right? Right? Ahem.
Yes,
I also...
he's cute.
I also decided to write the story in second person, which is something I've only done once before, and sparingly, in Once on a Windswept Night.
I played that one.
You did? Did you like it?
Yeah, it's good.
Let's go. I don't write in second person very much, since it's an unusual method of storytelling in general, but I thought I would add to the overall atmosphere of the story. Having a faceless narrator address you as you feels a bit more unsettling, I think, than first or third person narration, which are more standard. Though I suppose by the end of the story, the narrator isn't so faceless after all, since the narrator is a character in her own right, and she does occasionally offer her own thoughts and remarks upon the events in the story. Would that make the narration first person instead? I wonder. The use of second person narration was also inspired in part by Slay the Princess by Abby Howard. I have seen play of that game. It is so good. Which is a visual novel with rather unusual presentation, which I enjoyed a lot. I also pulled some inspiration from Optimal Conditions for a Sacrifice by Mosinasi, which has a looping narrative like the one present in It Gets So Lonely Here, a lot of meta elements and very beautiful artwork. Mosinasi actually agreed to work with me on the art for It Gets So Lonely Here, which made me even more excited about this project. I think her art is gorgeous, it really is. And it really captures the fairy tale aesthetic I was going for. I'm very honored she agreed to work with me. I could probably say more things about the story, but that's enough for now. Once again, I hope you enjoyed your time spent with it. Though, if you check the art gallery, isn't there a picture which is still locked? I wonder why that could be. Maybe you should go through the story again. You might find something that'll surprise you. Evie. You were correct in that assumption.
Yeah, it's because I fucking write visual novels. I can see into their minds.
This was lovely, absolutely beautiful, and I look forward to going through the rest of it another time. It will not be on YouTube, unfortunately. But if you guys want to experience this for yourself, I highly recommend you go check out the game on Steam or itch.io of It Gets So Lonely Here, made by Evie. Is there anything that you'd like to say, Emily, before we end this YouTube stream?
I'm so tired.
Thank you for being here, Emily.
It's Emmy bedtime.
It's Emmy bedtime. Alright, chat, say goodnight to Emily.
Oh, hold on, I gotta change me back.
Oh
Not
yeah, you're still a vampire. There you go.
anymore.
Again, you guys can all check out Emily's info in the description as well. Give her a follow, give her a subscribe, and honestly, give her lots of love and support because she deserves it. And with that, we are done with the Gauntlet. Thank you so much, everyone, for taking part in this 7 days. Math, right? I know, it's after midnight for me. Thank you all so much for taking part in this 7-day event. I hope you guys all enjoy watching the videos on YouTube and overall had a great time. Thank you again so much for all of the support you guys have given me for this whole week. I super appreciate you guys. All the cookies to you guys. And if there was anything that you found to be most memorable, let me know in the comments. I would love to hear any and all feedback. Oh yeah. Thank you, dear. Like and subscribe if you enjoyed this series. I might be doing another week-long series another time. I'm not sure, but I have to take care of medical issues that will be upcoming. So with that, I say good night, goodbye, like and subscribe, and matane.
I'm gonna be thinking about that princess for a while.
You're gonna be thinking about that princess for a while.
Yeah, probably.
Princess.
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 Princess, you're dinner.